if I sit for this one. When I was at Warpstock Europe this year, Keith Merrington had an OS2 quiz, and it was immensely enjoyable for all concerned. Not just for me because I won, but truly I should have disqualified myself. Think of how embarrassing it would have been had I lost, right? But it was really enjoyable. We had a lot of fun with it. Everyone, the people who were there in person, the people online. So I thought, we ought to do that at our Warpstock meeting. So we searched for an online platform to do it, so that we could do it with a web browser. The platform that Keith used at Warpstock Europe was decent, but it was not without its warts. And it wasn't OS2 friendly, so I had to use my cell phone to do it, which is not terrible, but we're at an OS2 conference, for heaven's sakes. So then I thought, well, I can write something in PHP and we can do it that way. And I thought, no, I don't have any time to write anything. So Doug did a tremendous amount of research on these things, and we just ran out of time to find someplace and vet it. And so this quiz is going to be a little bit on the manual side. So by that, I mean, here's question number 1. So what is the maximum number of parallel ports without networking enabled supported in OS2? Now you may write down on your pads in front of you the letter of your choice. And Martin, are you going to tally these up?
I'm going to what?
Are you going to tally the?
No.
You're going to.
I'm going to check them.
You're going to check them. Good.
Proctor
And then,
Flow.
Andy, you've got people online who are going to be posting their
I'm
answers.
still trying to get to the YouTube side.
Okay, so all right.
So we're answering quietly during the course of the quiz.
This is fine. This is not. We're not putting
We're
a
not
timer
shouting
on.
out, holding hands up.
We're not shouting out, holding hands up.
To add up the scores, I'm not sure what you want you to do.
Okay. I was asking what tally means.
Oh, what tally means.
Good talk.
Tally ho.
Tally?
To tally something is to add something up, as
Okay.
exactly as Grant just said.
Okay. Accounting is
We don't really use that term too often in accounting these days.
Yeah.
Like we don't
Tally
use the
power.
word, abacus too often in accounting these days.
Reckon them up.
Yeah, reckon them up.
So we're going to write down the answers
The letter of the answer.
The letter of the answer
And the
Okay.
number of the question.
and the number.
and the number of the question,
Okay.
and you're going to total up how many of that letter for that question came in.
Okay. Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Good.
Write it down.
I like to stand up and yell and put my hand up.
Teacher, call on me, call on me.
Yeah.
It's only 15 questions. I whittled it down. We had more questions than that. They run the gamut between specifications and history, and we touch on most iterations of OS2 over the years. Some things are universal constants and they have never changed. That's a hint about this one. Are you online yet?
Yes. All right. Mr. Faulty says he chooses E.
Is everyone ready with an answer to hold up?
Yeah.
Well, let's see them then.
What do you mean hold them up?
Would you ask how many people?
Well,
How many people?
Martin's got to be able to see who picked what letter.
How many people got A and B and C and D?
Yeah, okay, so why don't we do it this way? How many people say it's A? B? One,
But
two,
I'm
three,
unfair.
four, 5. C? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Manuel said he didn't choose B, by the way. Online.
Did you choose B online? So it's one more B?
Yeah.
Right, it's one more B online.
One will be, what?
So is the
Yeah,
correct
like-
answer determined by the number of
The
votes?
correct answer is determined by the number of votes.
Democratizing.
Okay.
And you got the count of the answer C? You got that?
C,
Everyone
C
C
again, C.
again?
More bad for C.
And D. Okay. And I don't want anyone saying to me, I have a digiboard at home that's got 27 parallel ports on it.
God, I forgot about those. I was gonna say blast for the
The
past.
correct answer is B.
They're gonna
Ah.
lose.
Which one were the correct ones?
Yep.
Yeah.
Eric.
Way to go. Yeah.
3,
Yeah, B.
and you got B?
Yeah, but I had it unfair.
You're not playing.
I never.
Okay, we ready?
How many companies make computers with 3 parallel ports?
Yeah.
You know what? StarTech had a dynamite double parallel port that would add the port 2 and 3 to OS2 systems.
Ah.
Yep.
Interesting.
And you happen to have a box of
So what is the maximum number of serial ports supported by com.sys?
I wonder if I can remember that.
As sure about?
Hmm?
That one I'm not as sure about.
You just keep adding until you can't anymore. Go ahead.
Now that's IBM's com.sys, not Digiboard's com.sys for that 64 port serial card of theirs. I have a 32 port Digiboard on the shelf at home.
Well, 32, that's a lot of content.
I'm a little jealous on that one.
It-
These ones would be better 16s.
60, yeah, I have a 32 port Digiboard on it.
Is that ISA? PCI?
I
EISA?
think that is, I think that's an ISA card, actually.
Nice.
They use
Um,
that at that plant you were talking about last night with all the serial connections.
No, this was a different one. This one was this client was a ladies sportswear retailer, and they had a SCO Unix setup with a whole bunch of dumb terminals.
Oh.
And I used to have to rebuild the dumb terminals, and you would not believe how many dead mice I had to pull out of these things. How these mice even got into these terminals, no idea.
Oh, you're talking real mice. You're not
I'm talking about real mice. I'm talking about like skeletal remains.
It's
And
nice and warm in
I was
there.
gonna say, they're attracted to the warmth.
exactly, and on the weekends and at night they turned the heat off in the building, so that's where they went. But everything was connected
Nice little
through
tan CRT.
serial port concentrators. Man,
Now, we, at Prodigy, you dialed into a PS2 that managed about 250 telephones.
a bank of
So
motors.
how would that have worked? That would have been some external device or
Yeah.
something that,
Yeah, when I worked at at a client that had an ISP, and we had a 3Com Total Connect rack-mounted modem, and it came with 24 ports in it, and there was an extra bank of 24, so we had 48 ports in that particular rack. There's one cable that went from there to the controlling system. So,
And to the controlling system, did it look like 48 COM ports?
mm,
Or, I mean, a modem means a COM port, right?
well,
Yeah.
Back then, like 25 years
Right.
ago.
yeah, I'm trying to think though,
30 years.
from the modem chassis,
Yeah, Quantec was 255 or 256.
Mhm.
So,
yeah, must have been, it must have looked like a COM port. I don't remember the specs on it, but we used OS2 to control that thing too.
so we
Yeah,
used to
that's
use
right.
the Lucent Port Masters, and that was a 24 port device, and they had a couple of versions, but one actually had 24 ports in the back that you could plug in 24 modems.
Right,
But it hung off your network, so the computer saw it as a network connection.
Right.
The computer saw it as a network connection.
that may have been the way this one hooked up,
Because
right?
that's how we distributed T1 to dial-up users.
Right, and that's exactly what we did with this ISP. We have T1 coming in.
Yep.
1.544 megabits, and I felt like I had to put a seatbelt on it.
Trivia question, my dad assembled the first T1 in 1959.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's great, that's great. Okay, so,
Labs. Yeah.
how many people say that it's A? No one. B?
No.
One.
No, no, I was trying to.
No, I was looking at Dylan.
Okay.
You don't count. Online, do we have any?
No, that's what I thought it was at first, but it's not. I'm looking
Okay.
wrong.
C? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 in the room, say it's C,
And there's one online.
and 1 online. D?
One online.
1, 2, 3, 4,
I will go for D, I have no idea.
5, and 1 online. And E? 1. Anyone online for E?
No.
The answer is C.
Or,
Which one got it right, like?
Yes, one online.
Count Doug too.
No,
No, cheating. Okay, I'm right.
Now,
Ooh.
what's the maximum number of serial ports supported by USB com.sys? Not that I want anyone to cheat, but this is documented with every ArcaOS USB stack. Just saying.
You're saying, if we read the documentation, we really were.
Exactly, exactly. Hence the term quiz.
Open book, actually,
So,
if you're fast enough.
how many people think that it's A? None. Anyone online?
No.
B?
Got one online.
1, 2, 2.
2.
C?
Oh, so,
Oh.
just a second, I've got people now chiming in on the other side that weren't before, so, I've got another one on C.
Okay. Wait a minute.
C.
Did I just got to C.
Oh, sorry. I'm
Okay,
trying to keep
so
track of-
C?
there will be another one.
See?
Latency.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
And then mine too.
and one online. So 6 altogether. And D?
I got
1,
online.
2, 3, 4,
One online.
5, and 1 online. 6. All right. Are you ready for this?
I'm sitting down.
I wish I
Oh,
were.
Man.
That's the first one.
I expected no.
So to do that, you'd need a hub with the 8 things plugged into it, or what?
Well,
Unless your laptop had 8 USB.
no, you could, if you use the USB, you could have a USB to serial device that has one USB connection and it fans out to 8
Who got it right?
DB9s.
Oh.
I got it wrong and I'm cheating, so.
Not that you need 8
I cheated
USB.
off him.
things.
No, you don't need 8 USB things, you only need one USB connection, but it can fan out to support 8 physical serial connections.
Who got it right?
And it's another, I've not seen an 8, but Star Trek has a 4.
And one,
So you
one
can do
online.
2 4s.
You could do 2 4s, right.
Star Trek,
exactly.
I've seen those.
Great.
What did we just vote on online?
I just said that, and had one.
Oh, okay.
So-
Yeah, someone online said, oh, and I meant to say C.
No, he didn't. No, actually, no one had it C beforehand.
Ah, okay, okay.
I only have one device, so the right answer for me, so.
Yeah, in my world.
So according to the ArcaOS documentation, how many processors or processor cores does ArcaOS support? Is it 4, 16, 32, or 64? How many people say that it's A? None. Anyone online say it's A?
Nobody's responded yet.
Okay. B? Okay, that's one vote for B.
I got one online for B.
Okay, so that's 2 altogether.
Okay.
C? 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyone online?
For C, or D, where are we at?
For C.
No.
Okay, so that's 4. D?
And I got
1,
one
2,
online.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. U and 1 online?
Yes.
Okay.
And-
8 plus
and I
1
did-
online.
And I had one just come up with C online.
And an extra one for C online. All right. Hold on to your hats, ladies.
Oh.
We support 64.
Nice, nice.
The interesting question, the interesting thing here, anecdote that I will relate is, I asked David how many cores we supported, and he said, I've never really looked. So I said, would you do that for me? So he looked, and he came back and says, the code shows that it should support 64. So that's the answer, 64.
Now, what's the code? What does he have to look?
He looked at the kernel source code.
He has the kernel source code?
We have bits and pieces.
Remember, this is going out live.
Well, and there is this API that returns you the status of the CPUs, and it's the 2 words basically.
Right.
It's 4 bits that you mentioned. 1 bit per 1 core.
No.
So yeah, we support 64, which is pretty amazing when you think about how long it's supported 64 cores.
It's like 25 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, the 64 core support is not something new to ArcaOS. We inherited that from IBM, at a time when there really weren't any such animals.
A guy tested it at IBM, and he came to address our user group in San Francisco, and he said that they actually built
A custom 64
core machine.
And in those days, 64 cores meant 64 individual processors.
Yeah,
Yes.
I had a board with 2 that seemed like a lot.
So-
Yeah.
So was that, ever since we were talking about Advanced Server 4, which was really the 3?
Before that,
Oh, okay. Oh, the 211.
211 SMP.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That was 14.
Yeah. It's,
That was
you know,
93,
it's
wasn't it?
amazing.
94, 93, 94, somewhere around
My
Um,
history thing
something
said
like
it's
that, yeah.
93.
Jan says he didn't look into the code. I mean, how could it have been in the docs?
No, what we document it now. Online, we document
He
it
put a
now.
smiley face on there.
And it was the server that had it available.
Correct. It was SMP was only available for the server because, in the words of IBM when we were negotiating our agreement, well, why do you need to support more than one processor in a workstation?
Why do you need more than 642 RAM?
Ah, God bless the legal department. God bless the legal department. This is a history question. So, approximately how many months before the release of OS2 1.0 was the first OS2 software developers kit released? Was it 18 months, 12 months, 6 months, or 2 months? How many people think it was A, 18 months before? Is that you or someone
That's me.
online? Okay, that's one.
One.
Did they release individually IBM and Microsoft the SDK
They released separate SDKs, yeah.
at the same time?
I don't know that they coincided. I probably should have said, well, this is the first OS2 SDK. The
Okay.
first from anyone.
So I was thinking IBM, so I might be wrong.
How many people say it was B, 12 months before the release? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anyone online? No. Okay. 7 for B. How many people said it was C, 6 months before the release?
I got
1,
2
2.
online, 3 online.
No.
Yeah, 2 online.
Okay. 2 online plus you?
No.
Okay.
I'm
But see,
C.
when you do this
I
and
know.
say I've got 2 online, I go 1, 2.
I know, too.
Okay, so 2 online, 1, 2, 3, 1,
This is
2,
B.
3,
This is for B?
C.
No, this is
C. Oh,
C.
never mind.
1, 2, 3, 4,
4.
plus 2 online.
Actually, can we vote for, is this like a ranked choice? Can we?
You New Yorkers.
I had a math teacher in high school who said, this is a multiple choice question. You can only provide one answer. If you provide more than one answer, you are leaving it to me to pick, and I always pick the wrong one. And how many people think it was D, 2 months before release? 1. That's it? Anyone on that?
I thought it was after.
Before release. The SDK was released before
So I assumed
1.0.
IBM released it 18 months after. So
1 in the room says 2 months before release.
I got 1 online.
1 online says 2 months before release. That's 2 answers. And the answer is that approximately 6 months before release. And I don't want to say when that was because we have another question coming.
So you got the SDK, but there was no OS to run on.
You got the SDK.
Which makes sense, I mean.
Yeah. And there were multiple SDKs that were released running up to the release of 1.0.
I think you could run it on
You gotta build stuff you could run, I'm pretty sure.
Remember, the betas would have been out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
gotta have to be able to build, they wanted the software to be ready to go
Yeah,
day one.
the
so-
betas were out. I mean, this is before the first ever drop of OS2 code was
And when was
available
this?
to anyone. I don't want to say because
Just trying.
I
Push that
know
on here.
Was that in '88?
I.
That's right.
Sure it was 86.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so this one has to do with specifications. Warp 4 and ArcaOS natively support what level of Win32s?
Oh, God. Who cares?
That's a later question.
Is there a don't know choice?
E.
All of the above.
Oh, yeah.
So how many people think it was A, 0.9? Noah. B, 1.25A? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And I got 2 more online.
And 2 more online. C, 1.15B? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And D, 2.11. 1, 2. Anyone online for D?
Oh, yes, 1.
1 online, okay, so 2 plus 1. And the answer is 1.25.
Finally, another correct answer.
The question about that.
Yes,
I'm just reading the documentation,
yes.
and it says there's an install procedure
Yes.
for 1.25. A separate retrospective install.
Yes.
OS 2.
The documentation where? Which documentation are you reading?
On the wiki.
Correct. For ArcaOS, you can update 1.25a
To 1.25b then, is that it?
to 1.25b.
What does that give you, like a subset of the Win32 API?
Yes.
Exactly.
Some programs won't run without it.
Yeah, you don't have
Correct.
threading, you can't do multiple threads and stuff like that, but you can still run a lot of the 32-bit code.
I
Yeah.
actually wrote an article, which is on the web, about how to install this.
It had a lot of promise in 32s, but
But in
Just
the end,
to-
you can only run free cell, right?
yeah, that's it, exactly.
And was that an IBM thing?
It's a Microsoft thing.
Or
Okay,
was
that's
it
all
a
I wanted
spec from
from my
Microsoft?
Win32s was a Microsoft
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Free cell's when everybody runs.
Yeah.
It was short-lived, because then they came out with the full,
1.3 or whatever.
Mhm. Okay, so this is a history question. The Aurora kernel became common to Warp Server for eBusiness and Warp 4, that's the client. In which Warp 4 release? Was it Fix Pack 5, Convenience Pack 1, also known as Merlin Convenience Pack, or MCP, Convenience Pack 2, also known as Merlin Convenience Pack 2, or in ArcaOS 5.1? So how many people think it was Fix Pack 5A? 2 people. 2 for A. Anyone online for A?
nobody's answered yet.
Okay. B, MCP. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyone online?
No.
Okay.
Actually, no, I got a B and a, okay.
You got one
I got one B online.
1B online, so
Two Bs online now.
2 Bs online. So what did I say? 4 plus 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. 4 plus 2. C,
I've got one,
1, 2, 3,
I got 2 online.
3 plus 2 online. And D, ArcaOS 5.1. 1.
5
What's that?
5.
Are you ready?
No.
Now, why do you need multiple processors in a client?
What processor do you have in that machine?
It's an i5, I think.
How many cores is in it?
I think it has 4.
That's 4 processors.
Right. No, I know that, I'm just joking. But this is your answer to that.
And that's what I had to. That's what I had to say to the legal department. I said, you know, when IBM came up with SNP, the only multiple processor workstations were for high-end CAD applications. Now you can't buy a desktop machine that doesn't have multiple cores in it. They're not made. So I said, no one wants to buy an operating system that only runs on 1 core for a machine that's got a quad-core processor in it. So I said, oh, okay, we'll give you a custom SKU and a separate price tag. Oh, thank you very much.
The bigger question is, why did they care?
I don't know whether there was any separate licensing that they had to pay for MCP. It's hard to say. You know, there are so many third parties involved in the OS2 development that I don't even think that they can keep straight who's due royalties on what. So, who knows? Who knows? This is a usage question. Which of the following key combinations selects all objects in a container?
Free
And,
question.
and this is in a container on the OS2 desktop, not on the Windows desktop. Is it control greater than? Is it control slash? Is it control backslash? Or is it control A? Note that I said control slash, not control forward slash. Because there ain't no such thing as a forward slash. It's either a slash or it's a backslash.
Maybe not in your neighborhood.
We get a sore spot.
So how many people think that it's A? No one. Anyone online think it's A? How many people think that it's B? 1, 2, 3. No one online?
Or what, B?
B.
Yes. B, yes, I do have a B.
1 online. How many people think that it's C? Control backslash.
One online.
And how many people think that it's control A?
We got myself and 1, 2 online.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus 2 online. You people use too much Windows.
I was wrong.
That was a warning.
I knew it was, but it was.
I think there was
It's some of your questions.
somewhere that
Too easy.
made it
And I
I can't hear you.
Extended workplace or something has a setting that enables to select it with Control A.
I knew there'd be a wise guy in the audience. I should have worded the question by default.
Yeah, well,
What
I
is
understand
the
that, but
key
Since
combination?
it's not mentioned, I think my answer is correct.
Ah.
The Supreme Court will be weighing in on
This will be on your next docket.
The emergency docket, yes, we needed answers now.
Do you remember during the OJ trial, Judge Ito was having problems with his ThinkPad and wouldn't wake back up after it went to sleep? They got back from a lunch break, and the trial was held up because Judge Ito couldn't get his laptop to wake up again. So finally, they had to take it back into chambers and everything. I thought, what are they bring in the EMTs now to look at his laptop because it won't power the thing off already?
Yeah.
Pull the battery out of it, drain the caps, put the battery back in, and power it up. What's so hard about this? Oh, okay. This is another usage question. Which of the following key combinations is used to resize a PM window? Resize, not move. Resize. Not minimize, not maximize. Resize a PM window using the arrow keys. Is it Control F8? Alt right bracket? Alt F8? Or Alt M?
What do you mean the arrow keys? Why'd you say that?
The arrow keys.
Arrow.
The cursor controls.
Instead of mouse.
Instead of using the mouse to resize a window.
But none of these involve any of those keys.
This kicks it off, kicks off the process.
Yeah,
This-
this is the process.
This enables you to use those keys, those arrow keys.
They don't just work.
What's that?
Alt F8, that just works. What do you mean, turn it on?
How many people think that it's A, Control F8?
Yeah, it is.
1. Now don't tell me. 1. How many people think that it's Alt right bracket?
I think it's control, I think it's 8.
You think it's Control F8?
Yeah.
I do too.
Okay, wait a minute.
Create.
So that's three people or 4 people? 3 people for Control F8. All right.
Okay.
B, Alt right bracket.
I need you to say the letters because I'm trying to.
Oh, sorry. Let's start again. A. 1, 2, 3 for A. B. 1, 2, 3. Any yet?
No.
C. Alt F8. Sorry, I shouldn't have said Alt F8. 1, 2,
1,
3, 4, 5.
Okay, I got 2 total here. 3. There's a third one. Hey, 3 total.
Okay,
3 total.
okay. All right, so 6 plus 2.
Okay.
And D,
I got 1, 2 online.
Cool.
2 online for D. For Alt Move. And of course it is stuck. It's Alt
Of course,
F8.
Alt F7, Alt F8. Now, what is with the cursor keys? Why did you say that? You just hit Alt F8.
If you hit Alt F8, then you can use your cursor keys to resize the window.
Oh, after the fact.
Yeah.
After you press,
not
otherwise
the
your
next
cursor
question.
keys are taking you
Wherever.
wherever, exactly.
That's weird.
I got you.
Alright, give me just a second to.
Sure.
Or triple space bar. I think that's the way you. Yeah.
I think I've got everybody documented.
Okay. This is a history question. An odd history question. What was the contracted amount IBM agreed to pay Microsoft for DOS in November of 1980? That's not even an OS2 question. Why did I put that in there?
IBM.
IBM, yeah.
Precursor.
I filtered out the other IBM questions, but specifically, but I should have thought about this one. So was it A, $86,000, B, $1.2 million, C, $584,000, or D, $45,000? So how many people think it was A?
I
One,
got 1
two,
online.
2 plus 1 online. B, 1, 2, 3, 4. C, 1, 2, 3. And D, 1, 2, 3.
And I chose one.
Anyone else online?
I got, okay, I've got another one for A online, 2 more for A online,
Yeah.
and then 1 for D online, and I guess C myself.
What's that, IRC you're getting these things?
Yeah, well, yeah, IRC, I've got IRC and I've got YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm having to try to,
Yeah. All right, so we're ready for this one?
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Wow.
I got some coins now.
A bargain.
I have some further notes on this that Doug provided me, the breakdown of the other amounts there.
And did they just rebrand it and resell it, or did they?
Yeah,
just-
PC DOS, MS DOS became PC DOS.
Same thing.
Microsoft paid $75,000 for it from Seattle Computing.
Right, right. Remember whose mother was on the board of IBM? Bill Gates.
Go Gates. You think that affected the decision, the price?
No, not at all, no way.
No, of course not.
Just like Elon's pay package.
You are really after poor Elon these days.
I'm not after poor Elon.
That's like a double.
Yeah, that's like an
entendre.
oxymoron.
That has multiple levels of inaccuracies.
You mean because he's a poor South African white refugee?
Yes, exactly. Can't even go home these days. It's not safe. Okay. This is another history question. In what year was OS2 1.0 released? Now you know why I didn't mention when the SDK came out. Was it 1987, 1992, 1985, or 1986? So how many people think that it was A? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I got another one online.
plus 1. How many people think it was B? None.
Hopefully no one.
How many people think it was C?
I've got,
No.
1.
I've got
Two.
1, 2, 3 online and another A online.
For C?
So I got 3 for, no, I've got 2 for A, dang it. 2 for.
Stop voting, people.
2 for C and another one for A.
Okay. And here we have like 2, right?
For this is for C.
For C,
1 or 2?
we have 2.
2. And D?
I got
1, 2,
1 online.
plus 1 online.
Oh.
The announcement came out in April of 1987 that IBM expected to release in the first quarter of 1988, and they actually released close to the end of 1987.
So early.
Yeah, they actually released early. Now, the development began in 85. So
Do you have
that would be, that might be why people have 1985 on the brain. But the release of 1.0 was 1987.
You have a question about 2.0?
I don't remember. I had a question about 2.0.
I just wondered if you knew the date that, I think it was 2.0, the date of OS 2.0 release. Because it's kind of a,
I don't have a question
Yeah.
relating to the date of the 2.0 release.
because they promised to have it released in March,
Mm-hmm.
so they released March 32nd.
That, we need to remember that for next year.
What year?
I can't remember the year, I forgot to look it up.
92. 92. Yeah, that makes sense, because that was the first version we used in the office, and that was in 93. All 16 floppy disks for the install. All right, so
No brainer.
what was the first version of OS2 written for the Intel 80386 microprocessor? Was it OS2 1.4, OS2 2.0, OS2 2.1, or OS2 3.0, aka Warp?
Or NT version 3.
Or, yes, the first version of OS2 written for the 386 processor was NT version 3. So how many people think it was A, version 1.4? That's very good. Okay, 0. B, version 2.0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus 3 online, right? 1, 2, 3. Yes, plus 3 online. C, 2.1, 1, 2,
One online.
plus 1 online. Joe, what do you think?
Oh, Jim, gotta think about the question.
Oh, this is like a trick question, I
Is it?
think. Maybe.
I think it was B.
Okay,
No.
so add 1 for B. And C, 2.1, we had how many? 1,
I got 1
2, 1 online. 2 plus 1 online. And how many people think it was D?
1.
No, that's a 0, not a 1.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, we're all agreed that there was no OS2 1.4, right?
Yeah, I was going to ask for the float. Who has it? Who has it?
And it was 2.0.
I was
It
going to
written
sell
for
you a
3.
copy of it.
Along with the title of that beachfront property in Las Vegas.
I'm sure there's an ISO of it somewhere.
2.0, yes. I thought maybe it was a trick question like they released 2.1 with no 2.0.
The 80386, which was actually the fix for the 80286.
IBM was never tricky.
Okay, so we're back to specifications for a moment. Among other enhancements to the Warp 4 kernel, the Aurora kernel raised the virtual memory address limit for any single process from 512 megs. You know, we were talking about this yesterday, and I asked David, what was that limit? And he said, I think it was 512. And I was also racking my brain. I think it was 512. But it's confirmed. It was 512. And it raised it to, was it 4 gigabytes? 3.5 gigabytes? 640 kilobytes? Or 1 gigabyte? So how many people think it was A, 4 gigabytes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 3?
Yeah.
10 plus 3. How many people think it was B, 3.5 gigabytes?
I got 2 online.
2 plus 2 online. How many people think that the process limit was raised from 512 megabytes to 640 kilobytes?
That's a trick question.
Bill Gates does.
Nobody needs more than 640K.
No one needs more than 640K, exactly. And how many people think it was D, 1 gigabyte? None.
Let's see, 3072 plus 512.
And the answer, of course, is A, 4 gigabytes. All right, the GUID for an ArcaOS Type 1 partition.
This is my favorite question.
Tempted to answer.
So the specification, here's a little anecdote for you. So we were coming up with the ArcaOS Type 1 GPT partition. And of course, every partition type must have a unique GUID. So how do you come up with a unique GUID? Well, the only answer that you can ever find to that is it must be something that has been published. So it's available for everyone to read. Once it's out there, then, if you stake your claim to it and say, this is the GUID for this new partition type, that's your GUID. So then the question is, where? Where do I publish this?
New York Times.
Wall Street Journal.
When you form a company in New York State, we still have a law where you have to publish in a newspaper, a printed newspaper, that you are forming a new company. And these are the people forming the company. And it's a money-making proposition because the attorney makes money setting up the company, and then the newspaper makes money on the ad. Because you got to publish this dumb thing in a newspaper. There was a big movement a number of years ago to change the law in New York State to do away with that requirement because it effectively more than doubled the cost of creating a new company in the state of New York. So anyway, I'm scratching my head thinking, where am I going to publish this thing? I know where I'm going to publish it. Wikipedia.
Because you can change it later.
That would do it. So how many people think the answer is A?
I wanted to answer that. I've got some of those online.
Two people think the answer is A?
Why not?
Okay. How many people think the answer is B?
Everybody else said.
You know, just because B is a GUID doesn't mean it's the GUID for an ArcaOS Type 1 partition. But how many people think that it's B? One more time, show of hands.
I got one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus
I got 3 online.
7 plus 3 online. How many people think the answer is C?
I got one online.
For C. And D.
I've got. That's all. Yeah, I got one online.
One online for D.
I'm voting E, none of the above.
Clearly, ArcaNoe is getting the message out.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think that was a loaded question.
You know, I go in and I'm looking
I
at
think
Wikipedia.
you
That's
just
not what I
use
see.
this slide to publish it basically and claim.
That's it. Yeah, I just
It was last.
like
edited-
going to the moon and sticking my flag in the soil.
It was last edited 2 minutes ago.
Now there's no such thing.
Now, can you look that up on the system?
Not on this system right now. I mean, I could look it up on this
Well, you don't
system.
have, no, I don't mean look it up on the internet, on the machine itself, like I have it, you know, whatever. That's one of those things.
Can you find a
you
GUID?
find it?
If you're partitioned for GPT, can you read the GUID? Yes, you can read it.
That's the next question. You can read it.
You
It's-
can read
It's in
it.
the partition
The
somewhere.
GUID, it's in the GPT data. In the GUID partition table is the type of each and every partition in there. So when you look at the installation volume manager, mini LVM, and it's set and it identifies an ArcaOS Type 1 partition, it knows it's an ArcaOS Type 1 partition because it read that GUID
Gotcha.
off of that from the partition table.
Wow, it can read big words.
Yep, exactly. And it recognizes a number of other types of.
How'd you come up with
I actually used an application that generates GUIDs.
that?
Random GUIDs, and then it generated a GUID, and I thought, with my luck, it's not going to be so random.
Is
We
it
go back to
Xerox or what?
every every NIC in the box has a unique MAC thing, right? I thought with my luck, I'll generate a random GUID and it'll match someone else's. So I went then to Wikipedia and I looked for the number somewhere else to see, does anyone else have this GUID? And I couldn't find the GUID. Then I searched for the GUID. I ran a DuckDuckGo search on that GUID. And that came up empty. And I thought,
That's the definitive.
I think I'm good.
How do you
I'm
put
good.
the number in Wikipedia? Timestamp, and I mean, every second there is a new GUID, and that if no one is using it, it's basically like no one.
There are
Yeah.
so many new OSs these days.
Yeah, well,
How do
it's the nature of GUIDs.
How
So
do
this
you-
is why the clashes are really rare, actually.
Yeah.
Because every millisecond, a new GUID is just out.
and what does GUID stand? GUID is an acronym.
Globally unique identifier.
Exactly. Globally unique.
That's nice and generic.
Yeah.
That's the way it's supposed to work in a perfect world. But of course, in a perfect world, when you get a box of 3 COM NICs, they should all have unique MAC
And
addresses.
is there an authority that reports this besides Wikipedia?
There is no central authority.
There's no-
That's all they just tell you that all you need to do is publish. If you come up with a new partition type, you just need to make it publicly known
Weird.
somewhere.
But how do you put it on Wikipedia if you don't have a reference in some other website? Or you publish it first on the website?
I'm the reference. I'm the guy.
No.
I didn't ask someone else to publish that GUID on Wikipedia. I went
No,
there.
no, for Wikipedia, you need like a newspaper or some.
An authoritative,
some-
well, I published
yeah.
it on the ArcaOS site
Oh,
also.
okay.
It's sort of one of those
Yeah, you
circular
have to- yeah, you
things.
have to make
We
a
know he
circle.
did it because we said he did it over
Yeah.
here, so obviously we have a reference to the fact of who said he did it.
Yeah, okay.
I take it that you found 3Com cards that don't have unique.
I remember a particular instance at an office that was on, it was a client that had a multi-floor office, and we had installed new NICs and power the machine up, and then someone upstairs from us said, Joe just lost his network connection, and so go upstairs, look at the machine with a problem with the network connection. Sure enough, couldn't get a network connection. I said, well, reboot. So he rebooted. DHCP server came back and gave him the address that he had just doled out to the other box with that MAC address. Went back downstairs, back to the other machine,
And they lost.
couldn't get anywhere. So that must have, I felt like an idiot. It must have taken me like 3 times up and down the stairs before I thought, there's something weird going on. And then I looked, and yeah, sure enough, the MAC addresses were not quite unique.
Well, used to, you always had the screen that popped up says, hey, the IP address, IP conflict,
Yeah.
and then Microsoft made a change at some point. Then all of a sudden, you didn't get that anymore.
Nope.
It's just this guy over here saying, hey, I don't have network. Oh, hey, hey, now I don't have network.
Then when they introduced the locally administered addresses, local LAN address, LLAs. Oh, do you have an IP address? Oh, yes, I have an IP address. What's your IP address? 169, forget it. If it starts with 169, I don't even want to know about it. You don't have an address. Of course I have an address. You don't have a usable address. Okay. Some more history. This is our last question, by the way. Prior to OS2 2.0, how many concurrent DOS sessions were supported by OS2? Concurrent DOS sessions. Was it 1, 16 concurrent DOS sessions, 12 concurrent DOS sessions, or only 2 concurrent DOS sessions? How many people think it was A?
I've got
1, 2,
3 online.
3, 4, plus 3 online.
I think also 1. I mean A.
Did I count? I didn't count you before. I thought I.
I changed my vote before I got to my vote. So
I was against
my
the
vote's
war in
now-
Iraq before I voted for the war in Iraq.
I've got 5 now online, total online.
5 now
I
online.
try to think, but nothing happens.
You have to think about the meaning of concurrent.
Depends on what the meaning of the word is.
Yes.
I don't see is.
How many-
Appropriate for Little Rock.
How many people think the answer is B? 16 concurrent DOS sessions. None. C, 12 concurrent DOS sessions.
Is that Digital Research's concurrent DOS?
Or D, 2 concurrent DOS sessions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anyone online?
No.
No one online.
I got one saying it's probably that, but they stayed with A.
Okay. The answer is 1. Remember the DOS penalty box?
Yeah.
That's what somebody said.
Everything else would come to a halt, and that was what was running.
You had to do that.
You couldn't have concurrent.
You had to reset the processor.
Yeah, here, on mine it says, we all remember the DOS penalty box.
Yep, the DOS
Contemptibility
penalty box.
Which I didn't start until 2.1, and I had no such.
No such problems, yeah. I always thought that was very funny. I also thought it was interesting to read that OS2 1.0 did not have Presentation Manager. It was a text mode operating
Yeah,
system.
we had that.
The program selector.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, you had like a text shell.
It's the Tandy OEM.
I was working with DOS shell, or as we used to call it, DOS L at the
I
time.
mean, you could still run OS2 that way, run a text shell.
Sure, you can set up all sorts of different things as your run
Or you could
workplace.
hint, write a new graphic shell.
You could. Alex wrote one.
It's like
AT
ArcaOS
shell.
Core, right?
Like,
ArcaOS Core, like Windows Core, Windows Server Core.
yeah, ArcaOS Core, right, exactly. So that was our presentation.
There's one more question. Where was Warpstock 2025?
What are the options?
I had other questions I was going to, I don't know how that, I do know one. That's an ACPI thing. I need to tell it no ACPI, and it will free up my function F7 key so that my toggling works again.
I have a Warpstock question.
You have a Warpstock question?
My blue bag here, which I got at Warpstock 2002, wore out, and my wife, my blessed wife, got a Harvard reunion tote and cut it up and put it inside. It's good for another 5 years, but it's going to go. Who gave me that bag? It was somebody who presented at 2002, maybe from Canada, or the
Actually, I think weren't the tote bags in 2002 sponsored by Starfire Systems? That was Richard.
I want to find out where he got the bag. I'm in another decade or two. I'm going to need another one. Is he still alive?
Or maybe you won't need another one.
I don't know. Spurlock, Richard Spurlock from Starfire
Your wife will be
Systems.
stuffing you with it.
I think that Richard Spurlock supplied those. I think he supplied a lot of swag for Warpstock that year. That was before I was involved with the organization in 2002.
So the traceability question is, who made the original bag? They're still available. I saw somebody, a Uber driver picked me up, and he had one of these.
A Warpstock
You're kidding.
No, so it's a generic bag. You can have it lettered any way you want.
I have no idea. I don't know where they originated. I never got one myself.
But it's a wonderful bag.
I have a Novell bag that I love dearly, and the wheels have now finally started to disintegrate on it, so it's not really as useful as it once was.
I switched to a Mondani bag.
Let's just not even go
But
there.
do you get the brain they gave away at Brain Share '96?
I don't have the brain.
I don't know, I had to give mine away finally too, the dogs had chewed on it.
I remember the brain.
Can I bring up something?
Sure,
Matt sent a long note out this morning. I don't know if you read it.
I did read it.
He suggested 2 locations for next year.
Mhm.
Vancouver, BC, which I don't think is a great idea,
Mhm.
or Yellowstone, which I think is snowing in November, isn't it?
It could.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's
I wondered what the sense of the room might be about those locations.
Yeah, anyone have thoughts about either of those two places?
Yellowstone can be difficult to get to.
Yeah,
Vancouver's easy
Yeah,
to
it's
do,
expensive.
it would be really expensive.
I mean, it's awesome. Yeah, Vancouver, the only thing in Vancouver is it's gonna be expensive.
really expensive also. Bad judgment, I think we're seeing a pattern here.
Yeah.
Well, what were the results of your search this year? Maybe we can reuse the study result.
This year was pretty much decided already from the previous year.
Yeah, this was.
When this was a candidate, but then
Yeah.
Matt
So were they-
forcefully introduced Pittsburgh.
Who were the discarded candidates for this year?
There were none.
Yeah.
This was our alternate for last year.
Yes.
And so we said, well, if we're going to Pittsburgh last year, then we'll come here this year. So we didn't do another search this year.
And I had already done the legwork on the hotel and everything. So.
Right.
So Drury was very good if they've got locations. I think maybe that's where we start the search process.
Well, I mean,
Also, I think that restricting it to below the middle of the country is good, because the weather is just
If
too
you're gonna do it,
possibly
if
miserable.
you're gonna do it in November, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we did, September was not good because of
I
time.
mean, we could reconsider the Big Easy.
Or somebody suggested Kansas City.
Oh,
That
yeah, there's a
seems like
Sheraton
not a
in
bad
downtown
choice.
Kansas City. that's
Kansas
great.
City, Mo, or Kansas City, Kansas?
Oh,
Mo.
Yeah, there's a Sheraton downtown, that's a convention and conference facility.
Kansas City.
Really, really nice.
All right.
Dallas has done a lot of
yeah,
conventions.
they do.
They do everything big in Texas.
Yes.
All right.
But they do a lot of conventions. Now, that could mean that they're lower price, or it could mean they're higher price. I
Where's
don't know.
that?
Dallas?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, New Orleans is
And they-
appealing.
it's got
That's
an
a wonderful
airport
place to go
nearby.
to.
Yeah.
And we can have the Superdome.
If you held it on the coast.
Be held to the Superdome, or San Antonio. You know they have the
Oh, now
River
that's an
Walk.
appealing place.
That would be fun.
They have
Yeah,
the
New
river
Orleans
walk.
is fun though.
Yeah.
San Antonio's a big city, so
We
it's
brought
probably
up
easy to
Chattanooga
get to.
too. Chattanooga's got a nice convention
Oh, yeah.
area, they've got a great downtown,
He
you know,
suggested
a
Chattanooga.
lot of decent hotels. That's where he's from, and I lived there 12 years, we get back there a couple times a
Chattanooga.
year, they've got a lot going on downtown too.
If you do one of the coast, you probably get more locals.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
coast, like Vancouver also, not only is it the coast, it's in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't been in California in a long time.
Alex might-
I still like the idea of a Silomar.
Silomar is beautiful, but it's steadily gotten more expensive.
Yeah.
That's the place you were talking about last
Yeah,
time.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
it's
that's the
wonderful,
problem.
But it's mid 200s a night.
Yeah,
Where's
that's
that?
Yon online
And the
says
food
Bourbon
is,
Street, New Orleans.
if you get
Bourbon
food
Street in
locally,
in
it's
New
In some
Orleans,
places,
yeah.
a lot
big
more.
serves.
Now,
Yeah,
I've kind of pushed New Orleans in the past, but
It's gorgeous.
I don't know about the timing for
There's just no highway.
hurricanes.
No, they're.
Yeah, well, there is
Yeah.
that.
Somehow
You
it's
know,
still
there is the
there.
hurricane season, but
Maybe not after last week.
we should be past most of the hurricane season if we stick to
November is the
November.
official
I
end,
don't
of there.
really
So
know
that's
the
a
hurricane season.
small.
Even though I live far enough inland, I don't really.
Yeah.
We're committed to November?
We're
I
not
think we
committed to
decided-
November.
But that seems to be the best time.
What
We
are the
want to
conferences?
offset ourselves from Warpstock Europe,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
because Warpstock Europe is typically in May, so that gives us October, November for us.
So what's the problem with October?
The only problem with October, what used to be a bigger problem in October, was John would object to us conflicting with Canadian Thanksgiving.
Also Jewish holidays.
And of course, we have high holy days
Some-
that are,
Yeah.
you know, that
You'll be
sometimes
atoning for that selection forever.
there is that.
Yeah.
So, but like the middle of the country and the sort of lower half of the country, I think are a good,
The middle, lower
because
half
of
of,
the ease of getting there, like you don't maximum, well, you have to take 2 flights, but like this location was pretty good in that department.
yeah, I think that getting here, I mean, aside from, you know, the concerns about flight cancellations and whatnot, which who could have foreseen when we
Hopefully
booked
by
it.
next year, that will be cleared up.
Oh, we're hoping.
Yeah.
Alex
There'll be no
suggests
flights.
Vancouver.
When there's a new con.
Alex suggests Vancouver.
Yeah.
Yeah, told you. I told you, yeah.
And then someone suggests Tahoe, which I don't know what kind of.
Tahoe off-season,
It's
November.
It's
Yeah.
cold.
No, actually, November's getting into season
And
again,
it's a
but
hassle.
if it was October, it would be pretty cheap.
What Craig said.
It would
Is
be
there
pretty
any
cheap.
good Frank Lloyd Wright architecture around Tahoe?
None.
I don't think
No.
so.
And,
Well, see, then
And
David
the
and I are
airport.
out then.
the airport, there's
Actually, we
like a
need to
grass
do a,
runway.
there's a website with all the places. in the
Yes,
country.
there
We
is.
need to use that as the first.
That should be our guide,
Yeah.
right?
What was that?
Wisconsin, so that means Wisconsin.
David and I usually visit the local Frank Lloyd Wright architecture wherever Warpstock
That's
is.
the.
So
Yeah.
that's going to be our first guiding
A
principle.
little advertised decision factor.
Yeah,
Come to Wisconsin, we got a lot.
that's true. You got a lot in
We've got a lot in
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
you're gambling with the weather this time of year, but it's.
Not gambling.
Yeah, it's going to be cold, but it's either gonna be no snow or 8 feet, so. that's-
Ah, okay. Well, at least there is that. We got a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, no, that's, and honestly, November, we don't see the hardest snowfall until like January, February. So, I mean, if you came in November, it would not be terrible. And there are some really accessible from the airport hotels in Milwaukee, Madison, Green Bay, Appleton. So there's, yeah, actually quite a bit that you could get in there too at fairly reasonable rates. If you're even thinking that way, get in touch with me and I'll make a couple of suggestions for places I've been to conventions before.
Okay.
Handled them really well, and maybe we can help you out find something.
Okay.
That's worthwhile, you know, local help.
I mean, it's not in the lower portion of the country, but it is certainly in the middle.
And it's got good transportation, so like either Milwaukee or Madison. Madison's airport is great getting in and out of.
Okay.
And they have good transportation, airport shuttles and things to get to and from, so
Mhm.
it's
And
easily navigable.
It's increasingly drifting in the radical left direction.
That is true, that is true.
Another fact.
Now Milwaukee not as much so Milwaukee
Plus
and
or
Green Bay,
minus.
yeah,
Okay.
Milwaukee and Green Bay aren't so good.
Okay.
But those places, San Antonio, I like that suggestion.
You like San Antonio?
Yeah, that's a nice place, a really interesting town.
They did a river walk in Frederick, Maryland that they modeled after the San Antonio
Yeah,
River
that's a
Walk.
nice
And
area.
it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
And there's
Joe, have
these-
you been there?
When did they do that? There's a.
The river walk in Frederick?
Frederick, yeah, I've been up Frederick.
Probably 20 years ago.
I think that's where I think it is, yes, it's pretty.
Yeah.
And they rehabilitate or change it out.
Yeah. It's really gorgeous. I mean, you walk there right along the river in this winding path, and there are storefronts and restaurants that are right out there, so you can dine al fresco, like 5 feet from the water, literally.
What about El Paso? That's another nice place.
El Paso.
Reasonably sized city.
I think you're the first person I've ever heard say El Paso is a nice place.
The climate, it's higher, it's one of those places that's not at sea level.
I have relatives in Big D, so
What's that?
I have relatives in Big D,
In Big D, what's that?
Dallas.
Oh, Dallas. Now, see that, I think
Big
that's.
D, little A, double LAS.
Fort Worth, I think, is a really nice place. But you thought that might be too expensive.
Fort Worth might be
Yeah,
expensive.
the wonderful museums there. Fantastic museums.
There are some fantastic museums.
There's a Louis Kahn building.
All right, well, obviously we have some research to do. And as I've said in the past, it is so refreshing to have a discussion like this rather than, is there going to be a Warpstock next year?
That big fat guy, what's his name? Big warp fat guy, whatever he is. Oh, I hear won't be another one, and there hasn't been one for 3 years.
Why don't you have it in Boston? Yeah.
Provincetown.
But, yeah, we will have an event next year. We just have to figure out where it's going to be. We will try to make that decision as soon as possible so that everyone can make
I mean, I think
plans.
this year it was a little better, a little more well attended, because last year it was kind of in the upper right-hand part of the country. The weather wasn't so great. So this is a good example.
Yeah, I mean, the hotel was nice last year. It was,
But it was not right at the airport. It was quite a ways away.
yeah, it was a hike for the, of course, I drove, so I didn't have to deal with that myself. The hotel was nice, they took good care of us, but we paid for it.
Yeah.
We
This place
really
actually
paid
was
for it.
cheap, right? Ended up
This
being
place
cheap.
was much more affordable,
Plus
and
you
I think
adjusted
that
all
the
the bills.
accommodations and the room and the attention we've gotten have been on par with what we got in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
So,
this was good.
Except for the
Yeah.
coffee, right?
yeah, except, well, I take full responsibility for that. It's entirely my fault. That and not ordering the vegan meals the way I should have.
If
Jeff?
you can look at September or October, and you would ever consider doing something in the Northeast, I once tried to set up in Boston. There was a new hotel opening, a good rate, but we didn't go that way.
I think the real problem with the place in Boston, Jeff, was the travel from the airport there that required
You know, that was.
the train or a long taxi
It was
ride.
in Concord, it was, you know, it's a pre-revolutionary again. They're gonna give us a great rate, $127 a night.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you're thinking of the Northeast, New Hampshire is very nice, and it's not hard to get to. There's an important airport in Manchester, or Worcester.
Very blue state. Very blue state.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
it's IBM blue.
If you're gonna filter, well, New Hampshire is not a blue
That's our
state.
blue line.
New Hampshire is a
Not a
red
blue
state.
state.
That's where the red Massachusetts people go to survive.
Oh, is that where they're,
That's the
where
The
they're
New
only
at?
place where I live, they do not.
Well,
have
that's
those
true.
survive.
Sununu was governor and he's
Yeah.
running for
It's
senate.
on the right, you know,
Yeah.
Vermont's on the left.
I get it, I get it. I
All the
get it.
conservative Vermonters moved.
We could also consider going to Scarsdale, New York.
They started talking about red states and blue states,
Oh.
and they just.
IBM is there.
That, yeah.
Or Darien,
Or-
Well,
or Greenwich.
Go to Rochester.
I'm not
Minnesota.
welcome in Connecticut.
Going where in New York? Yeah.
They just,
Scarsdale.
for whatever reason.
Okay.
IBM's in Scarsdale.
That's a
Or
convenient
Armand.
commute for me.
Or Armonk.
Yeah, but you could come to Rochester, Minnesota,
Or Rochester,
home
Minnesota.
of the AS400.
All right, well, we clearly have options to consider. And as I say, I much prefer having a discussion like this than, will there be a Warpstock next year? I mean, I remember in Hershey, we had 90 some odd attendees in Hershey, something like that. And the last day, everyone says, is there going to be a Warpstock next year? And Stan said, yes, we're going to have a barbecue at my house. So there will be a Warpstock next year. We just have to figure out where. And the sooner, the better. So,
So we'll pick 2 or 3 of those places and do a little hotel.
yeah.
I like
yeah.
that Kansas City idea, because he said there's a shuttle from the airport.
Yeah, the Sheraton was very.
And there are probably some really good jazz clubs because Kansas City jazz is unique.
And barbecue.
And barbecue.
And barbecue.
And barbecue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and barbecue.
Yeah, and the other thing about that one is, like, I only know about that hotel in particular, but, like, there's 16 restaurants around the block. So you're not stuck with whatever's in the hotel.
Wow.
And that's.
16 restaurants around the block, so they're
Yeah,
literally
you go
within
around the
walking
hotel,
distance.
There's, within walking distance, there's a bunch of.
That's
restaurants.
nice, yeah.
That was the, really, we like this place.
I caught my death of cold in Calgary walking to the restaurant and back.
Yeah.
Because I went to Calgary in November, dressed like this,
It was
with no jacket.
No, it was September.
It was September, it was September.
And some
Just
poor
tell them
Canadian
November.
didn't take pity on you and give you a code.
It was freezing. We got there, the snow flurries had begun when we got there. I mean, literally, I was in the cab from the airport and the snow was falling on the cab. And I thought, I didn't even bring a jacket.
Yeah.
Well, so my rule of thumb is if it's any place that has had or could potentially have the Winter Olympics, yeah, just avoid it after September.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the November one is because it was too close to the one in Europe. And there's holidays that interfere in September and October, those
Yeah.
are the factors in making it later, so
Yeah.
I think that was
yeah.
a good idea.
So that's it. What do we have next on our agenda today? Did you have a comment online?
Alex said snow is falling there right now.
See,
Yeah.
Um,
in
and-
America's hat?
Hmm?
Snow's falling in America's hat?
You mean in the 51st state?
The 51st blue state?
And somebody did ask online, I filled off because it's not part of the regular discussion, asked about the DTA audio for DOS and Windows, which I think,
Yeah, DC audio development is sort of held up right now, pending access to our main Russian developer for that. So as soon as sanctions are lifted, we'll be able to get back on track with getting that work done. But right now, we're sort of in a holding pattern.
We're in a drone over
Anything else? What's next on the?
I think it's
think it's mine, I think it's mine.
There you go.
What is it?
Refine.
Yeah, refine.
Refine, yeah.
Oh, that's the EFI thing.
Yeah, EFI boot manager.
Hmm.
No, I think what I want to
So
do is just
first is a little
disconnect.
break.
Yeah.
Little break, okay.
Sure.
Can we finish up by about 11:30? I need to go up.
look at,
For
install FLG,
Oh,
just cat
oh, FLG like that?
it, yeah,
Oh, okay, 503, there we go.
that's what you got,
Oh,
that's
wow,
how you
okay.
installed it. And every single time you update, this file will be appended, and you'll see your whole history of what release you had and what you upgraded,
Got it.
updated or upgraded to.
Got it.
Old school, flag
Well,
file.
That's perfect, that's perfect though.
There you go,
Okay,
okay?
I'll remember that.
I use,
Is it
I use
Android tablet?
No, it's a Surface, Microsoft, so it's,
Oh,
it's running Windows, so,
Flag
yeah, I do a
file.
lot of my development on this
Yep.
machine. Visual
Yes,
Studio.
So you know what's been done.
Okay.
I,
So isn't
I
Visual
upgraded
Studios
on the portal,
open
I
source, that
upgraded all of
editor?
our, the previous licenses.
Right, once you build one.
Right.
So our 5
Yeah.
So we've got.
Because
we're
they
all,
open source it
like,
using
on
their
the
Visual
current, like,
Studio.
all
We
the
don't have,
licenses
we don't have a lot of
are
that.
Right, right.
But
Or that, there's
I haven't
specific C
upgraded to
libraries
a machine
ported over.
Ah,
So I'm gonna have to keep that.
Right.
Be nice though.
That's gonna be a job when we get back, but.
Thankfully, the update and upgrade procedure is so much better for ArcaOS than it was for
I've used
OS2
it,
didn't have
I've
that
used it a few times,
Is
but
it?
I don't even,
I've never had to do it, for what we've
It's
done, we just,
smooth
spun
as
up a new
glass.
ISO and did it.
It's smooth as glass.
Nice.
In most cases.
Because, OS2
Maybe
was not.
get some more mountain.
No, it wasn't,
Fit
it
right,
wasn't.
fit right in with the,
You have to hammer
with
and
the
chisel
millennials.
and
Yeah, basically, yeah, and take extensive notes in case something goes
Yes.
wrong and you
I
have to
love
hack
those
things
things,
out.
but I'm good.
Yeah.
once a year or
So,
something.
You might, what you might wanna do is wait until we drop 5.1.2,
Oh, really? Okay.
because,
Yeah, I can do that.
we've smoothed out a couple things in the upgrade process, so that we're
Okay.
able to better handle things like
Okay.
files have become read-only that we weren't expecting to be read-only before. Instead of giving up on them, we remove the read-only flag,
Okay.
so you can update. So, stuff like that, yeah, just, give us a couple more weeks.
Oh, that's soon.
That'll be out that soon.
We'll be out before the end of the year, certainly.
Nice.
So,
There's nothing urgent, I mean.
yeah.
Yeah, they're working, everything's working fine, so it's not like
Yeah.
we're gonna get in trouble.
But that's the real thing about the 5.1.2 update is the installer and the updater fixes.
Nice. Okay.
And the Wi-Fi support.
Yeah,
Yeah, for every single car on the market.
Yeah.
It's a universal driver.
Did David
It
go home
works
by
the
the way?
same way for all cars.
Yeah, Uniwife.
Is that like the,
Yeah,
the
they-
the ubiquitous HP5 LaserJet driver? Wasn't it the HP5 LaserJet that just, people are still using it in different places?
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah,
HP
right,
LaserJet 5.
Yeah, LaserJet
Yeah,
5, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
LaserJet
Yeah.
5
Yeah.
driver.
It,
Yeah.
it keeps working, yeah.
So, to this day, on my Windows 10 desktop, if I do the print to PDF thing, the Microsoft print to PDF thing, the icon that it shows for the printer is a LaserJet 4SI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, granted, we had one of those, and it lasted us something like 22 years. So, I mean, but it would be like a 40-year-old printer at this point. It's a printer that predates Windows, and they're still using it as an icon.
Those nice big, those HP fives,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you have a boat now, at least you have an anchor.
Right,
You know.
yeah. And, ours lasted forever. We had the envelope
Is
feeder,
David-
and the
David
large
go home?
capacity tray, and the
Yeah,
stand,
you left early
thing.
because
I
you
gave
were
one of
about
those
the
to
weather
somebody
originally
Right.
back
And-
up.
Within the last
Where does he
8
live?
years or so, I had one.
He's
When?
up with his mother right now in Attica,
Sparks
Michigan.
and smoke.
Oh,
When
nice.
finally decided to bite the
It's a high for him.
It went out with a bang.
And
was
whether
getting ready to
it's,
go out.
exactly what we've been
Okay.
discussing. And apparently they're expecting snow today, so he wanted to get up there earlier rather than later.
I understand that.
Out back into there.
It's another man.
Oh, is there any way to know who won the quiz?
Who won?
Not me.
I have 4 points, so
Oh.
I have 10.
I got
10 points.
I
Okay.
got barely over half, 8 out of 15.
I
10
got
points.
6, so
Six.
I got 6, so it was not.
Greg is on the
So it's
lead.
not my best
Well, I had
effort.
someone online with,
My teacher would say needs improvement.
I think it was 13.
13 points. Okay. That's
Wow,
good.
they cheated. Come on, there's no way to proctor that.
So locally, it seems that Greg won.
And then I missed one.
You would have missed that one though too.
I missed
The one when
almost
you were
all of
gone
them.
at the bathroom, I missed that one.
I miss a lot, yeah.
Yeah. How do you select all of the items in a given panel?
Oh, yeah, I would have thought it was Control A.
And it's not.
It's not.
Yeah, how much do
So
they
we've
pay
been,
for
if
DOS?
we've been in Windows Phone too
Yeah.
long, how long do we get, how long does it take to get us reprogrammed? Do you use the right keystroke, you know?
I use the keystrokes from OS2 on every operating system, and sometimes they work.
Like
Sometimes,
shift, like control, insert.
Well, they were the,
Yeah.
Sometimes those work in other places.
yeah, well, they were the CUDA, or,
Windows and Linux pretty consistently, so.
You know, some Windows programs don't.
Yeah, some don't.
they were CUA, so I mean, that was picked up by a lot of,
Yeah.
yeah, that
Folks,
was
so.
the, yep.
Now it's like, you know, uncommon user access.
Yeah.
Everything is different.
yeah. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. For those who don't know, my name's Andy Willis. I am the Vice President of the Warpstock, and have been since, what was it, 2006?
Yeah.
And my first Warpstock was 2002 in Austin, and then the next one was in Denver in 2004. Been a lot of folks, you know, I've known through here, and it's interesting to be able to come to the Warpstock and see other folks that have the same interest in the operating system. So it's worthwhile if it's something that you enjoy with the OS2. It's worthwhile coming here. Hint, hint for anybody that's watches this. So. All right, so there's been some interest, and I am not an expert in this. There was some interest in it, so I started looking into it, and I've got some, you know, dug into it some, but not as much as I would have liked to. But the RE Find, there was some interest in it largely because the AN launcher, while it does exactly what it's supposed to do, is not feature rich at all. I mean, it wasn't designed to be feature rich. It was designed to do exactly what it does. It can select other operating systems that are already on the system, and allows you to boot to those or into ArcaOS. I mean, that's exactly what it's meant to do. And for the most part, I mean, from my usage of it, I have nothing else that I need to do with it. Now, there's some things that other people want to do. One thing that is disadvantageous that others have mentioned, and that I do also get bit by a little bit, is the postage size stamp of a thing where it's hard to read. But as long as I know where it's at, it's not even that big of a deal. But it is, you know, it makes it hard to read. That's, you know, one of the biggest complaints. Dimitri is wanting it to automatically select last used. Well, it's not something it's designed to do. It's not something for it, you know, in that. Refind, however, is a relatively simple way of getting to do those more advanced features. I looked at it once back, I don't know, a few years ago when we were first starting to look into, you know, getting set up for EFI. I had no particular use for it at the time, so I didn't go too deep into it. But the problem then is I also didn't have enough understanding of how the ESP worked to understand what this was doing. So I looked at it and says, well, what am I gonna, you know, how do I build that on OS2? How do how do I get that on there in OS2? So I didn't understand exactly what the thing was doing at the time. This here is the URL that, I mean, it has basically everything to do. You know, everything you can get to from there. That's what you can get. You can download it from there. It tells you. It's got really good documentation there. It's got excellent documentation. And it's now sometimes I have gone to a search engine to find it in there because there's so much that I allow some other search engine to find it in there for me, but it's there. It's just there is so much there that it gets a little difficult to find it.
Is it a good way to educate yourself about EFI?
Yeah, in general.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rod does some very good writing. Good
Yeah.
explanations.
It's just that there's a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Tremendous amount of information.
Which is indicative of complex.
Yeah,
UFI is.
yeah, that's a bit of history, just in the sense that it was forked from the discontinued refit. And I'm saying refine, and I say refit because that's what I see and that's what I read. Whether that's what they really want them to say, I don't know. I just read it the way I see it. And there are a few other forks from the refit that they're basically Mac centered, aimed at Macs, for either older Macs or Intel, and just I didn't look too deeply into that because I don't have any Macs that. But if you've got a Mac and you're trying to use it, I mean, there are some other ones that I pulled that information from Rod again. I mean, he points to those other ones for not necessarily saying they're better, just that he points to them saying that's their focus. So. All right. With the refined, it's all about that conf file. That's everything. And honestly, I say that you can leave the defaults, and it will largely just work. It doesn't give you some of the niceties necessarily, but it'll largely just work. It'll find everything and show it to you, and just come up. But the refine, there's a sample file in there that, I mean, almost I can't say it's got everything because I don't know that, but I couldn't tell you anything that's missing from it that that you can go and it gives a good write-up in that for what each of them does. Now, still, I say it's got a good write-up, and it does, but you still may need to go over to his site to really understand why you would do those things. But it's got but even so, it's got a good write-up enough for you to say, is this what I'm after, and go check on it. That's also let's see. Oh yeah, so one of the things that was brought up was before I started, during while I was looking at this, was to be able to boot a non-UEFI, in a BIOS mode, and it's got the options in there, but it doesn't actually specifically in that case though say that that's where you would put it. You got to go over to his site, so that's one place that it doesn't actually say, hey, add this. And I might just overlooked it at the time, but it was not, as clear to me at the time.
It doesn't on all machines, at least not on.
Well, it's not, okay, I'll get into that, but it's not guaranteed to work because, here's the entries I had in that that I added to the conf file for the ArcaOS. And the first one I put in there was just to go straight to the loader, just like AN launcher put in there. In fact, I pulled the information directly from the AN launcher to get there. The second one is I added the AN launcher because you can chain boot. these things. I can go into the AN launcher, and from AN launcher, I can go into Refine, and from Refine, and go back into AN launcher. It's it doesn't care. It just goes back and forth. And then the final menu entry is actually if you didn't have the AN launcher and it was the only one in there, that's the one that comes up and it would show, hey, do you want to go to the, it comes up and so it shows which drive are you wanting to boot this off of, just without, if you had no launcher at all, AN launcher, if it was the only one on there on a UEFI system.
Oh, the icons.
Yes, okay, yeah.
I don't know if you.
Yeah, that's fine now. The icon, so it's got the ability to put icons, and I'll talk a little more about that. But the icons, you can then, if you're setting up without putting any of this entry in there, it'll actually boot the OS2. It'll find them and it'll let you boot to them. ArcaOS, I should say, because OS2 is not going to do this unless it happens to be able to install it and then put it under a legacy thing. But it'll find ArcaOS, but it just has like a generic whatever icon. If you add menu entries, and I've added menu entries for I'll be showing you that later, but I've set icons up so that I can see visually which one is which. All right, so here there's two basic ways for the BIOS mode. Like you said, it's not guaranteed to work though, because it falls back entirely onto the BIOS. It does, so this does not, by itself, Refine cannot boot a BIOS mode anything. But if you tell it to scan for and add the legacy at the end, now it's by default that one is commented out because it just does the default stuff. So if you undefault it, you got to tell it everything you want it to check. And I don't remember exact. I think I removed internal from mine because if you go and set all of your stuff up and then also have it scanning for internal, it'll show up multiple times. So I had removed internal. But then if you put a USB drive in there, external it can find it, optical drives it can look for those. The manual being where I put those entries in there. And then if you add legacy, it'll go and search for, it searches the MBR and boot sectors for any options. Now, like I said, it goes and finds them and then tries to pass that off to the BIOS. It now becomes entirely up to the BIOS whether it's going to work right or not. So there's no guarantee because they can't do anything more. You can't really do anything more than that than just pass it off. The other option, instead of having it scan for the legacy, is you can go create a entry that is basically it's a bogus entry, but all it does is says gives it where you can put a name so it shows up in your list, and then you can have the option of putting a icon for it this way, and literally what I've got there says loader path to blah blah blah. I think you can put anything in there. It's as it says, it's a placeholder. Now whether or not I didn't check into seeing whether or not literally had to be placeholder for it to do this, but I don't think so because the other piece of it is hint legacy. That's what tells Refine to say, hey, this is not an actual EFI. This is a thing to say, hey, go pass this off to the BIOS. And that's why I think you can literally put anything under the loader because it's the hint that's doing it. And because there is no actual placeholder line there, being used.
Which disk to boot from then?
It goes, in this case, that's a really good question. Oh, disk 0.
Well, but that's just the title.
You're right.
I mean, it's still got to be the active partition, right? In BIOS mode?
I don't know. Honestly, now this is something I didn't think about. You're right. I don't know how it knows which one. because there's nothing there that tells me which.
And I know I did it on some machine and I can't remember how.
That's I'll see if I can find something on that. I'll add it to the slides
Right.
that we put put up. But I don't have any way of testing it,
Yeah.
so I didn't run into it.
Yeah, you need a desktop machine with multiple disks to
Yeah.
find out. But
So,
clearly
and some
the way
things.
this is working is there's only one disk in the system, so it's going to boot from it.
Yeah, and that may be what that may be what that specifically is doing.
Isn't it gonna, it's gonna detect the first disk in the system, and it's got to have an MBR on it. And that's what it's doing.
Yeah,
Gotta have an MBR, right?
yeah.
It's gotta be set to the
Yeah,
active
the
partition.
BIOS boot order is going to determine where the first disk is.
But
Right.
it's a UEFI machine. This is the BIOS
Yeah.
recorder. So
That's,
So-
I'm gonna bet it's gonna look for the only disk that's got an MBR.
or the
Okay.
first disk.
First, sorry, you're
First
right.
disk.
It's gonna look through the disks and find the first disk
First.
that's got an MBR.
That's probably
Boot
right.
that.
Yeah,
and how it orders them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
roll the dice. you know?
yeah. That's almost certainly got to
I'm
be
sure
it.
has a way.
Oh, yeah, I know. You're
Yeah.
right.
So.
But
Yeah, so that is most likely what it's going to do. I didn't things I couldn't test it. I didn't even take that into account.
Yeah.
Because this has got 2 drives on it, but they're both GPT, so I can't.
Well,
Yeah.
the problem is as you said, it's dependent on the BIOS.
Yeah.
Because it not only has to find which disk has the MBR, but then it has to set the machine, however you do that, so that it boots in a legacy mode to read
Yeah.
that. So it's actually a two-thing process.
Well, that's where you're going to have your BIOS set up correctly. So when you go into the BIOS, you'll have to have a CSM, because
Yes.
it won't be, it has to be enabled, and there's an option in any of them that has the ability to do this anyway at all. It has to have the legacy turned on,
Yeah.
and you have to say boot. You have to say boot. Allow both of them. If you have it just set to UEFI, it's not going to do it. Now, I don't.
Is that sure that's right?
Well, it's possible that it would work otherwise, but I don't know that it would, because it's going to have to go to the BIOS, and if the BIOS doesn't know that it can boot off of a legacy, I think it'll have to be allowed. I think. Now, some of this stuff is voodoo because they just do whatever they want to do, but
He's got no control over the BIOS programming.
Yeah, but but in the BIOS, you got to, in most BIOSes, in order for it to boot off the legacy, you have to have that turned on. So it pretty much, unless they're breaking their own things, the BIOS will have to be set to allow the legacy. Let's see, I'm trying to think of how terms I've heard it called. There's legacy. There's BIOS. They don't call it BIOS boot in there, but it's like a lot of them refer to it as legacy. CSM, and the CSM would have to be enabled, but again, they don't usually. Some of them may do that, but the ones I've seen didn't say CSM. You had to enable the CSM, but for the boot, it had a different name. Anyway, I don't. It's got different. You got to go and enable all of the BIOS options to be able to get it to work that you need. All right, this is what Dimitri had asked about. Is the use last booted, and basically there's a timeout line that, if I remember correctly, by default was not commented out, but you'd have to make sure it's not commented out if it is, and you can set your desired time. So you can say 5 seconds, 10 seconds. So it's time. It'll be.
Always remembers the last choice.
By default, it's going to. You can actually change that, but to go to a specific one. Yes. By default, it's going to go to the last one. And I can't remember if I uncommented that or if it was if it was originally uncommented. I don't recall. But either way, you go find it because you're going to probably want to put your time in it. If you put a -1, it'll just as soon as it comes up, if you're not hitting a key, it's going to boot the last one. And then there is another setting that is involved, but doesn't matter how it's set, whether or not it'll work. It just changes how it works. It'll either, well, I shouldn't say it won't make a difference. If something's wrong with your NVRAM, in any way, if by default, if I remember correctly, it's set to look at the NVRAM and store the last, or I think it calls it previous boot, in the NVRAM. You can change that, however, so that it, and I think I did, as I recall, so it'll save it to the UEFI partition instead.
That's an option, actually, because this way you can tell it to make a next boot from a particular partition, actually. I mean, for example, if I'm on OS2 and I guess I can tell it to boot into Windows, for instance, next time and just reboot it. I mean, if it can read it from the EFI partition, it should work. I mean, I will just change this file where it stores the next.
Yes, and I don't know how it stores it. I hadn't looked into that, so I don't know if it's a text file, if it's a binary, but it doesn't matter if it's there, you can change it.
You can change it
Yeah.
on the partition, and it will just read it the next time.
You'd have to know what to put in there, but you could just go in there and figure out what it is, and then you could change it.
Yeah, you could write the default boot to our EFI configuration file. That's accessible from
Right, and
ArcaOS
you
always.
you can just change the default for your next reboot.
Other platforms have nice ways to edit the NVRAM. We don't really have a direct way to do that, as far as I've found.
Yeah.
But if you have it on, what he's saying is if you're putting it to the UEFI drive,
Yeah.
even if it's no matter what form it's in, it's accessible by us, so we could go edit that.
Yeah.
So you could say previous boot, and then we lie to it what the previous boot was.
Right.
Right, yes.
Other platforms can edit that previous boot.
Yeah. Yeah, they could probably edit that in the NVRAM. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but
Look up how they do it and probably port that too.
Well, that brings up, for me, an interesting question. The program boot order
Yeah.
that changes the boot order, is that changing it in NVRAM, or is it simply changing it in the ESP?
it's an NVRAM. That's an NVRAM.
That's an NVRAM.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, because I became intimately aware of this when I was trying to. I had Endeavor on here, and decided, I don't really care for Endeavor right now. It's not something I'm wanting to mess with right now. I'm going to go move it over to OpenSUSE. It's what I'm using at work, so I'm going to switch that over. And I did, and didn't take into account and didn't really think about it doing so. It went in and messed with my NVRAM settings. And so now the only thing I'm booting to is OpenSUSE. Oh, okay, fine, whatever. So I go and try to point the thing, get the thing, pointing back over to the Refine, which wasn't all that difficult. But at first I said, well, I'm just going to move I thought it was using the Grub X64. I'll just fix that over. Not a big deal. And it's still not working. I'm like, So finally I get in, I start using EFI Boot Manager within the Linux, and I get it switched over. Okay, fine. And I boot up, and I select to go back into the SUSE, and then I reboot, and it just automatically boots into SUSE again, because it decided it was just going to rewrite the NVRAM settings for me again. I had to go find. I went through that scenario a few times before I finally found where that setting to tell it not to do that was. So yeah, it's and you can go in. So the whole every time it did that, I was going in and changing the boot order, and I had to go do that through the EFI boot manager on the Linux side. ESP util couldn't do it to putting it to the in launcher, but I'm not aware that it has any command line settings to change.
I was referring to bootloader, the OS2 program that's included in AOS.
That's going to use ESP util, and it will change it, but as far as I'm aware, it only will put the AN launcher
Yes.
as
specific AN launcher.
Yeah.
it will set it as the primary.
So it's rewriting NVRAM or changing the?
NVRAM.
Okay.
It's changing NVRAM.
Okay.
It's changing the variables. NVRAM variables is what it's changing. All right, so at this point, there's not much more for me to talk about, without getting into seeing some of it. So this will be interesting from seeing if whether or not when I boot to the OS2 one, whether you can see anything up there or not. But it's not at that point. I don't suppose it's that critical. So, all right. Oh, that's going to be. It was going to be a problem. All right, I got to make a middle note. As I boot up, I got to change the settings here on the BIOS. Yeah, I meant to do that last night, and I didn't get that done. So.
Oh, it's not going to boot.
It's not going to show up here.
Right.
So.
That's a nice screen, that thing. We could have like movie night.
It was cheap too.
Yeah, I remember $60.
Something like that, yeah.
Not made in the USA.
Not made in USA, sadly, but
Now with tariffs, it'd be $300.
Oh yeah, the production of these has blossomed since the tariffs in the U.S. So you're fixing something about the display, where the display output goes in the BIOS?
Yes, by default, the laptop says where do you want the display like during boot up to show up. So I had to go into here to set that. I'm going to try actually changing that. No, I can't change that. That's why I had changed. This is why I had changed it earlier to discrete graphics, but then OS2, the ArcaOS, when it booted up, left the ArcaOS screen. It actually booted all the way up, and I've had it on here before and it worked, but this is a new installation. It booted all the way up, but still showed the ArcaOS screen, and so I thought it was doing the hang thing, but no, if you did Control Delete R or Y, it rebooted. So I was like, oh, okay, I know what it's doing. So. What I find interesting is the hybrid graphics. Actually, I got to switch it to the other one to see it. Nope, that's the wrong setting. Okay.
But you need to go to the HDMI.
No, yeah, but this is what I find interesting. Allocate total memory there with the. If you select 512, it will reduce the memory in a 32-bit operating system. So it's, okay, yeah, I want 256. Yeah, it's still reduced. All right, so I missed it. All right, so I've got different pictures, different icons to let me know what, visually see which one, what's what. And it's highlighted the OpenSUSE because that's the last one I was booted on. So it'll highlight there whichever the last one was. I found that picture on the ArcaOS install, and it's just a small, perfectly sized icon for it. So I, put that out there.
Where'd you find it?
I can't remember exactly where I found it.
It's one of the PNG icons.
It's somewhere on my boot drive.
Okay.
My kid made that one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I hadn't seen it anywhere else, but when I was searching for something to put on there, it's like I came across that, and I'm like, oh, that'd
Can't
be
miss
perfect.
that.
So,
Shows real talent.
all right. I didn't come up with anything I specifically liked for the AN launcher, but I figured it's kind of an umbrella thing, so.
Let's think it outside the box.
And then I added and basically I've added just about any way that you could boot off this thing just so that I'd have it all in there. That's the default way Windows Boot Manager brings up. That goes directly to the Windows, which they both do seem to go to exactly the same place with with no differences. But I think if that this Windows Boot Manager, I'm fairly certain that you can go in there and add other, like I could potentially go in there and say, okay, boot to ArcaOS or boot to.
It's absolutely possible.
Yeah.
If you can figure out how to do it.
Yeah. It's just a function of figuring out how to do it. Yeah. Which I'm sure is not that hard, but I had no particular interest in
I got
it.
to come up and display, and then the one choice was Windows.
Yeah.
I never figured out how to add anything.
Yeah, it's doable, but I think I have in the past even,
Yeah,
but
they have all these binary files.
yeah, you got to do all
configure,
binary
and
stuff.
you
Yeah.
have to use a special tool to change them, and you can actually easily break.
Yeah, you can break
something that
everything.
I
Yeah.
did it once when I was installing OS2 next to Windows 11.
Yeah.
So I had to Google up how to restore it manually actually. So I succeeded at that as well, but you would have to do a lot of research and then just to manually edit these files. But it's all possible.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And you can only do it then, and then you
It's
could
much
only
more
change it,
complex than- yeah.
and you could only change it within Windows then.
Yeah.
With this, I can and have changed it with Refine within ArcaOS and OpenSUSE. Now, I haven't looked hard on it, but when I was booted into Windows, I didn't find a good way to give a drive letter to the EFI.
Oh.
To be able to get
there's a
into
trick.
it.
Yeah, there's.
You can do it, but I mean, I know you can do it, but it's not. I didn't spend any time trying to figure that out because if it wasn't right, if it'd been right there, simple. Okay, fine. Otherwise, I'm not
Like
digging into that.
round vol or some
Yeah.
command line command is
Yeah.
symbols that.
Yeah, it's not. I don't figure it's hard. I just didn't dig into it at all.
There's also a UEFI shell that you can run from here that will give you a lot of commands to edit NVRAM.
So, and then that's the recovery. Windows recovery is also an option. And then this one here is, in fact, I'm going to boot that one first. That's the one that came up with the. That's if you did not have any launcher, and it was just this was the only system on the operating system was the only one on there. It was ArcaOS. It comes up to this, and you have to select which is your boot drive. Now I'm actually going to reboot this and so I can show you another aspect. Oops. All right, so instead of hitting enter to select it, you can hit, there's actually other things you can hit, but F2 is what I always use because I remember it. I think it's actually being cut off around at the bottom. It tells you what it is, but it's being cut off here. It says, where it says use arrow keys to move cursor, enter to boot. It actually, there's another line below that, and it says, and I think there's another one, but like I said, I always use F2. You hit F2, it takes you to this. Now, it doesn't look like much, but I can type in D:, and I think it's dropping it off, cutting it off. But if I hit the D:, it passes that on, and it skips that screen where you have to make the selection. So if, for this, I mean, for practical purposes, there's no reason you'd go in there and do this very often, but that gives you that does give you the ability, if you need to pass something to any operating system, you can go in there and do it through that. So if you're needing to make like a one-time thing, you go in there and select, make that selection, put that, and edit that so it passes those parameters over. Now, other than this, I don't know what you might do with that because I just don't know. Yeah, if you know what to type in there, sure. I'd have to know what to put in there, but you're right. I'm not sure what the commands that you'd be passing it are, but I'm sure that is something you could do.
We got a hang going on here? Or what's going on?
Yes, we do. This is what I was talking about a while ago. I'll bet the thing is booted all the way up. However, display is not doing anything, which is strange because like I said, I have had the ArcaOS installed on here previously, and I've redone the whole system since then. And I'm fairly certain with discrete graphics that it was working before, so I don't know why it's now.
Did you switch the output, you think?
No, it was doing this a while ago when I was, and like I said, I'm fairly certain it was working previously because I'd done some test installs on here. But it is possible I never selected discrete graphics, but I usually think I had it on discrete graphics because that was what always seemed to be the one we should have selected. But if I hit Control-Alt-Delete R or Y, and it may actually be hung this time because it's not. Nope, it's rebooting now.
That's a dramatic
example. But in order to get it to show on the screen, I had to select the discrete graphics. But I can't get it to show up on the screen.
What's that icon, by the way?
That one's a rowboat.
Oh, those are little eyeballs.
Eyeballs.
Rowboat. Okay.
Oh, a rowboat.
Yeah.
I thought you said a robot.
Robot, yeah. Rowboat, yes. At least that's what I think it is. I think it's a rowboat. That's what it looks to me like. Anyway, so I figured, well, if I'm using that, I'm probably, needing to, in trouble. So.
Now, does the other ArcaOS boot up okay?
No, those boot exactly the same. It's just that one of them is using is going directly to it, just like AN Launcher does. And it's passing.
Just the way the other one did?
Yes, it'll hang up just the way the other one is. And I'll bring up here in a little bit. I'll show you the actual files so you can see the difference. There, well, I showed it a while ago, but I'll bring it back so now we can see the actual difference. But that one is pointing to ArcaOS the same way AN Launcher does. This one, like I said, is as if there were no. This one is just like if there were no boot launcher at all. And let's see, just so you can see on this screen, it doesn't look so bad. You can, I mean, it's not great, but I mean, that's really, really small on this screen. It's a 4K monitor. Well, I forgot I had that in auto boot.
Laptop is that?
This is a ThinkPad. It's a P72. It's got a 4K monitor on it, so it makes makes it really tiny. And give it a moment so I can reboot this. It's hard to tell when it's there because I can't see it.
Do you use it at 4K?
Yes. Yes. I can show you what it looks like, in a bit, but all right. So, and from here, I mean, like I said, this is you can do basically the exact same thing as far as booting any of them with the AN launcher. You lose the things like being able to do the previous boot. You lose being able to read the thing nicely, those types of things. But if all you needed to do is be able to make the selection and you mostly boot off of one thing, you can, there's no great need of going to the refined. The refined though is a lot easier, to see on the newer screens and gives you some of those other, nice options. But, we got no pictures, no icons here. I mean, I don't really need icons, but it's a quick way of referencing it. I would not like it if all it had was icons. I hate only having icons and having to decipher what that icon means. But if it's got words and icons, they go, give me a quick reference. So, and just like, just because, I just bounce back and forth between them. Let's see. There was something I think I might have removed one of them from here. That's not what I meant to do. Got click happy there. It's apparently I didn't need. I put a pause in there to make sure it found the external monitors, but apparently I didn't need that. All right, let's see. I wanted to go here. I thought I had this one on the other screen, but on the refine, but I might have removed it. I don't remember what I've got it currently set to. I think that'll boot to Windows now. I think I'm back to, yeah. I think I put it back to that. So, it is because it's the old 64, not the. So I do actually. I guess I probably do have that one. Maybe just not by that method.
It's the Antichrist.
All right, where's my mouse? Well, to run SolidWorks, which I'm wanting to get into, it's the only option.
That's for SolidWorks.
It's 3D.
Yeah, but that has a Mac version too, doesn't it?
It might. I don't know anything. I avoid Mac more than I avoid Windows.
Bad lines at the drawing.
Right? We won't tell Mac you said that.
Yeah, I finally figured out how to use an iPhone. Is that think about whatever I'm wanting to do, and figure out the worst place it could possibly be put on the phone, and that's where it's at. I just have to think about the silliest place for it to be. And boom, there it is.
Makes some sense there, yeah.
You do what they said exactly.
Of course, about that time they figure out that I figured out where stuff is at, and they found an even worse place to put it. So,
Or they change it, it just breaks.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Yeah, OpenSUSE, yeah. Yeah.
And it
I would
has
be-
like 5 of its own choices, probably.
So I because I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to, and it turns out it looks like I was right, I wasn't going to be able to do it on the ArcaOS up here. I had to put it on here, which actually I've got it where I can get to it. I've got it on I've got the presentation on a JFS that I can access from either side. So. All right, let's see. I think I can do this. I gotta make that different sized. There we go. Maybe I can use that. All right, so. Well, let's see if I can move that over any. All right, where's my mouse? Well, apparently I'm not going to be able to move that any. All right, actually, let me go back a level. No, can I make that any? I can't make that any smaller, can I? Okay, there we go. Somebody was looking yesterday at this directory here, saw the boot at this level. That boot is put in there by Windows. Nobody else that uses that boot at that level. I don't know exactly what that is. I don't know if that's part of their boot manager or exactly what, but that is not part of anybody else's system. If you look at it, it's just got boot.sdi. I don't know exactly how that is used, but I think it's part of, when you do the BCI edit or BC edit, it may store some information in there. That's just a guess, but that's what I think it may be part of. But that is a Windows only thing. So if you're at the first level and you see the boot, and you got Windows, that's from Windows. This boot is the one that the ArcaOS stuff is in. On certain systems, and probably I'm going to guess at this point older systems. I don't figure any of the current systems will have that'll be an issue on. I mean, I can't guarantee it wouldn't be, but probably not. It won't find, it may not find refind by going in there with the NVRAM variables. This is something that he talks about on his page some, and like I said, I think that's older UEFI systems. When the things were kind of still being, they were shipping them, but they were still being working out that kind of stuff. It talks about renaming the refined directory to boot, and then calling it let's just go in there because so that boot x64, that is the one that David was talking about, that he sets that up as launcher, so it just copies launcher EFI to that one for the fallback. And you could, so refine can be, instead of being in the refine directory, you could put, the stuff here in the boot directory, and then do some, and point everything to it that way. that is, an option that then you could, if you're wanting that to be your your fallback, you could then put the boot X64 there. I think, I do have that. I'll show you one other thing here in a bit. I meant to show you while I was doing the other boots. All right, so we've got the refined .sample that's got everything the way that it was originally. In fact, let's take a look at that, because I told you I couldn't remember the timeout, for instance. And all right, so I don't think I changed it in the sample. I could have, but I don't think I changed the sample.
They fully documented what your settings are in the sample here?
Yeah, I mean, it like I was saying, they.
It's a really nice booter.
Yeah, I mean, it's well, I mean, like I said, this is just a sample. You go to the web page, I mean, there's so much information that is in there. Let's see. Oh, fiddle, I don't remember what I'm trying to find now.
Definitely reach out to them and ask them to add the OS2 icon into the distribution, because there is even like haiku icon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And OS2 one, so yeah. I mean.
Yeah, there's probably a fairly good chance.
Zip file with all these things.
But we didn't need it before because we couldn't
Yeah.
have UEFI
Right.
boot.
Yeah, this is the one thing that's not documented here that I know, because that's what I was trying to remember. So for the legacy is not documented in the sample here. So that I had to go pull from the web page.
And yet, note that legacy BIOS options require firmware support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have in here the explicit thing of adding legacy. So, and I don't know if that was an oversight or intentional. I really don't know. It just does. But like I said, you can see how comprehensive the thing is overall. So, so if that's the only thing it's missing, I mean it's.
Oh, wait, there's another one.
Well,
BIOS
this
spaced. It said BIOS.
Let's see what we got.
I think that's what I used. Keep going up.
Oh.
BIOS, external HD BIOS.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know the difference between that and maybe it's been replaced, but
That's how I got to air boot with the HD BIOS.
Yeah, and I don't know if maybe this replaced if Legacy maybe have replaced this, or if this has replaced Legacy, or if they do different things.
Yeah.
It's possible that, and it's also possible that that this may be an older version. Although I pulled it from his site, I don't remember which one I've got here. There's two. There are two that they release. One of them is built with GCC stuff, and one's built with I don't even know what the other one's built with. They have some differences in. They should work the same, but I can't remember. Honestly, I don't remember why they had the two different ones. But there's one of them I think was may have been more for having more free, the GPL or something. I don't really remember. It was, but there was two different releases, and it's possible that could be something from the version that I grabbed is maybe older or newer or whatever.
So Neil, you got it. You got the Refine to boot into the air boot?
Yes.
Yeah, that's where here you would add HD BIOS according to this.
Yeah.
Legacy is what I come across in the on the web page.
Okay.
That was with a Lenovo M920 tower. And so the BIOS was obviously doing a lot of the work here. You know, if there's no BIOS legacy code in the BIOS, then that would do nothing. But
And then-
because that version of Lenovo BIOS did boot air boot, well, great.
And then there's this deep scan, which I guess searches even harder for them. So if it's not finding them, I guess this looks like it may scan, even deeper for it. Like I said, this thing's, I mean, you can see how much stuff this thing. Now, the majority of this file is comments on how to use it.
Yeah.
The actual number of options is not as great as the size of the file
Yeah.
appears.
It's still pretty great.
I mean, it's great. I'm just saying, I mean, but you see how many lines it has, and it looks like there's just this huge, and it's really, and you cut it down, let's see.
I don't know if you're an expert on Grub, but it sure has a lot on how to control Grub.
All right, so this is the first, when I first started working on it. So I'm pretty certain that the timeout was probably there. Use NVRAM faults, that's where I'm telling it to write the stuff to the disk rather than to NVRAM. It says that the default is true, so I must have changed that one. Let's see. I actually cut a bunch of stuff out. I left things in there like, maybe I didn't cut it out like I thought I had on this one. Okay, all right, so initially I had it set to, where it's using Endeavor Linux, and the volume name there was Endeavor Linux. It had the name. Now that was another thing that bit me during that whole process, because when I was switching it over, is that I didn't remember to set a volume name, so then I had to go figure out what the partition UUID was, and I was originally in ArcaOS, and I thought I was looking at a partition UUID, and I was not, and so it took me a while to figure that out. Because instead of using a volume name, I had to put the UUID in there, so I had to go find that, which is easy to do in Linux, but I thought I was finding it and was not, and so I was trying to, for a while, figure out why I was having the problems I was having when I switched it over.
It's just a text string that is displayed in the selection menu, basically.
Yeah, I can show you. So the first line is just.
What is the difference between the first line and the volume?
All right, so this here, you can actually label the volume or the partition. Mm-hmm. You can give it a name. Mm-hmm. But as you go through and set, but that's done, as far as I can tell, you have one shot at that. I couldn't find any way to go back. Now, there's probably a way to doing it. I didn't look real hard. So, because it was like, why waste my time on it? Other than it would probably have taken me less time to do that than it did eventually take me to figure out the UUID thing. But I was like, I'm just wanting to get this thing going, rather than figuring out how to set a label that I don't care about. But so the menu entries is just what shows up on the refined screen. And notice that that's actually the only one that's got a volume. The rest of them, that's because it's passing that volume to the EFI.
That is necessary.
And so it needs that. These others, Windows and ArcaOS, don't need that, at least to here. Now, what I could do is I could add actually, no, I did do it. So I did do an options here where I'm passing or did at one time, pass the D colon so it would go, oh no, that one does. So this one here I did as an option rather than the volume. I don't know if I might have been able to pass it as volume. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if that name for options, because we call it options and Linux is calling it volume. I'm not sure. I pulled options directly from from ours and shoved it in there. So that may be what the EFI is expecting. The other one's expecting volume. Ours is expecting options. Until just now, I didn't really notice the difference, and so I didn't actually think to test that.
Maybe
So
they are just like arguments to the
Yeah.
bootloader or
yeah, it's an argument to the EFI.
Yeah.
It's an argument to the EFI, and so ours I think may be expecting options, and so I don't know. I was just assuming it was sending D colon, but I don't know. Maybe it's got that option in there, but or maybe I need to change it. Actually, let me get out of this one. It's also possible I realized that wasn't working. And I cut even more stuff out of this one, so it's got, so now I could have cut a lot of the stuff out because I didn't need it in this one, so it's much shorter there. That was what I was planning to set the volume as, but I missed doing it, and so I ended up having to change the change that. So. So this one's options, that one's volume, and I think I don't know if I haven't tested it. I guess I could change it right quick and go see what happens. But
You want to know what the documentation says about these two?
Yes.
Okay, so volume, possible parameters, file system label, partition label, or GUID value.
Yeah.
Sets the volume that's used for subsequent file accesses by icon and loader, and by implication by init.rd if loader allows volume. You pass this token of file system's label, a partition's label, or a partition's GUID. A file system or partition label is typically displayed under the volumes icon in file managers, and Refine displays it on its menu at the start of the identifying string for an auto-detected bootloader. If this label isn't unique, the first volume of the specified label is used. The matching is nominally case insensitive, or in some EFIs, it's case sensitive. If a volume has no label, you can use a partition GUID number. If this option is not set, the volume defaults to the one from which Refine launched. That's what it says about volume. Now, options, yes, that's as confusing to me as it was to you. Options pass to the bootloader. Pass arbitrary options to your bootloader with this line. Note that if the option string should contain spaces, as it often should, or characters that should not be modified by Refine's option parser, such as slashes or commas, it must be enclosed in quotes. You must include quotes in an option. You can double them up, as in my opt equals quote, quote, with quotes, which passes my opt equals quote, with quotes, unquote, as an option. Well, that reads a lot easier than it.
Could you read that again?
So options is specifically for the bootloader,
Right.
and volume is for Refine, so that it can find a particular volume by its name.
Or GUID, right?
Or GUID, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you need that big number.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, that GUID is for a partition type, not to identify a given volume.
So how are volumes identified there? Is it unit? What does that mean, volume?
A volume's like a partition.
A partition.
Okay. Oh, like
Yeah.
when we set up.
Yeah.
Right. The thing to remember, the difference between a volume and a partition is that a volume is a logical construct.
Right.
So one partition, in an MBR file system, for instance, one partition may have multiple logical volumes
Right.
on it. Each one gets a drive letter. That's what makes the whole thing confusing. Partitions and volumes both get drive letters. And a partition may contain one or more volumes.
But so like this when I called the ArcaOS test, it's exactly the same as the one above, except I didn't feed it the option. So without the option, it comes up and asks, oh, well, what drive do you want to use? And I changed the icon just so that I could visually see the difference in the icon. That's the only difference. Oh, I should say in the menu entry name, but the actual thing is the actual loader is the same. It's just that what I'm passing and what I'm calling it. So, but this is and this was the one that for the Windows recovery that was up in there. It's just and a lot of that stuff I found. Either Refine showed it to me when it found it, so I added it, or it was in the when you do an F12 boot, it was showing up in there. That's how I added it.
If you chose Windows recovery,
Yeah.
is that going to like destroy everything and put it back to the way it was when you bought the computer?
Not unless you select the options in the Windows recovery environment to do that. You can boot into the recovery environment without doing anything destructive.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And you can tell it to repair the Windows, the Windows that's there.
Try to repair.
Well,
the Windows
you can tell it to all you
can tell
want.
it. You can tell it until the cows come home.
So.
Talking about DLL help, I got stuck in that loop with a client's machine one time. I said, and I've never worked on Windows 10. He says, but you're a computer guy, right? I mean, it was days I was trying to recover his partition frame.
Sure.
And then I finally had to resort to the Microsoft option, reinstall the operating system.
Okay.
So. Anyway, so this one I specifically pulled from the from the NVRAM, how to get to that one. Like I said, it does exactly the same as this one in practice. In what it's doing, I don't know, but the point of fact, it's getting to the same place without my seeing anything different. But I'm fairly certain the one is, like I said, you could change it so that's not the case. The second one there is where we renamed the default, so that, or I should say the fallback. So I went ahead and added that one just because. It's like I said, it's got you can add or remove any of these that you want, just what you want to be able to get to. I've got 3 entries to be able to where I could theoretically get to ArcaOS. I could I don't need the obviously I don't need the AN launcher in there, but I mean it doesn't. And then, like I said, I added the other way where I get to Refine from the ArcaOS launcher. In fact, when I was initially set it up, that's what I was booting to until the OpenSUSE decided to change everything for me. That's what I was doing. I'd come up to the ArcaOS launcher, and I'd go into Refine. That way, I knew I could until I had everything set up. I knew that I could get into where I wanted to be.
If I could break it, it's now noon, so if anybody needed to check out today before noon, this is the good time to go.
Yeah, this is.
We've got 2 minutes. I already ran up there and checked it out. So.
Yeah, I think me and you are the only ones that are checking out today.
And we have this room for the entire day, so if you check out, you've got stuff with you, you can bring it here to the room and stay safe.
Yeah, I stuck mine in my truck, so. All right, let's see. There's something else, I think. Oh, yeah, it says, and there was one other thing I was going to show you. So.
By the way, can you boot off a USB stick from this?
Yes, I've got one over there somewhere that's bootable, or somebody's got a bootable one. I can shove it in there.
But does that mean there's like a generic entry for USB booting and you?
No, I'll show it to you though.
What's on
I'll
the
need,
stick?
There's a scan for external USB bootable, so you can just add that and it'll scan for whatever you got plugged in.
Uh-huh. Wow.
This volume thing is just telling it to look for this specific EFI on this specific volume.
Yes.
It's all it does actually. So this is how, yeah, it just
That's what it
checks
appears
the
to be.
documentation as well. So if there is no volume, it will look on the EFI partition. If you want to take the EFI from some other volume,
Yeah.
and if if there is a driver to support the file system on this volume, then RFI can just access
Right.
it and
Yeah.
load this EFI from that specific volume.
That's the way it reads to me.
Yeah,
Yeah, I forgot about the drivers. Oh, jeez.
yeah.
that,
It should be readable, of course, by RFI.
all right, that is another advantage of Refined over the ArcaOS launcher. If if you don't have it, depending on your order of boot, which I always have it set up, where I'd have to hit F12 to boot off of a USB stick. This just sees it right there.
So it sees it.
No, that's not it. Wait a minute. That's
Fallback boot loader.
no, that's not it. Wait a minute.
Verified boot.
It's not seeing it.
What? It says it has a boot fallback.
Yeah, but that should have been showing it as
An external.
an
as a
external.
USB.
But that is new because it wasn't there.
So we're trying to boot from it, what's it do?
If you dare.
I want to see what the I want to see the difference.
Try something first before trying to understand what it does.
Yes.
Much more fun.
Hey, absolutely.
Didn't install any solar ones.
Yeah, it had to be that
It takes
because
a lot of time.
it's gone.
Yeah.
It's just a strange. I
Just
The worst
misidentified.
part, it's like WinPE with the, with the disk part. Clean. Yeah, select disk 0 clean.
Yeah. See how it works.
Yeah.
The other thing it's got some other things. It's got an about screen, so it can tell you which version you're using. I don't know what this manage hidden tags menu is. If I hit it though, it says I don't have any.
Yeah.
So
Because they're hidden.
yeah, yeah. You can shut down the computer from there, reboot the computer, and
Go into BIOS.
that goes into BIOS.
Setup. But I think that's kind of neat because instead of having to remember what function
Yeah.
key gets to the BIOS screen, it's like okay, select it. It's slower because you have to it reboots first.
Where do they move the think button?
Yeah. Well, I've always just used F10. It just still works. It always has worked. Well, that's it. So I don't remember it looking. I don't remember it having those particular. Well, it's called it there, but. But yeah, it'll add it to it, and you can just select it. Makes it a lot easier for if you're needing to boot off of a USB drive. Let's see. Which one? Oh, I don't have it here. That's what it is. I should have added it here, and I didn't. All right, Control Delete. I came upon this late, and so I didn't think about adding it there. So, bootx64 is going, boots off. I've got that set where it boots off the default, the deep fallback, which I set to be refined under boot, but it's just the renamed refine, none of the other files. It still will come up and give me the ability to boot, but it doesn't give me any of the, it doesn't work off of the conf file then. There's no conf file. So even without a conf file, it will still, now it's a little harder to figure out what things are if you don't know what they're, exactly.
You'll just scan the partitions, try
Yeah.
to find files as far as
Yeah. Well, I think it's just pulling from NVRAM directly is all it's doing. Because like this one here, I don't think, I must never have removed that from the NVRAM. Because that one no longer exists at all. No, that's not true. It did find it. It pulled it from the, no, it didn't find it. No, I don't think that one is in the NVRAM. That must be pulling it from the EFI directly. Yeah. Because I did.
say this is scan.
Yeah, because I didn't remove the Endeavor. I thought I had, but no, I have not removed the Endeavor OS under EFI. So it just went and found those and sticks them up there where you can still boot to something anyway. So, which can be, advantageous to have that access. If everything fails, which if everything fails, I'm thinking you may have problems enough it doesn't really matter anyhow, but there could be circumstances that it would be still capable of getting in anyhow. Are there anything online or?
Check. Alex just said other way around, a volume may contain one or more partitions. It was about the volume discussion. And Sandra said expanded volumes are only supported with MBR unless I miss something. And more than 2 terabytes per ArcaOS Type 1 GPT partition or native drive isn't supported anyway. At least I don't think so.
No, it's not. I've actually tested that. I took a 2 terabyte and another, I don't think it is a full 2 terabytes, but I created a 2 terabyte partition and then spanned it onto another. Yeah. It tried. But it did some really bizarre things. I think there must be something that is set where the number actually does loop or something, because it went into some weird. It really got weird.
Yeah. The 2 terabyte boundary is a logical partition size boundary.
Yeah.
So you can. Did you try spanning something smaller than 2 terabytes?
I have in the past, but not at that time.
With GPT?
No, I don't remember if those were even GPT volumes. They may have been, may not have been. I can't recall now. I was just thinking that maybe this is a way I could say, hey, the spanning thing might be able to take 2 GPTs at 2 terabytes each and make it a 4.
4 terabyte. Yeah,
So I tested it because I thought, well, maybe it would present it in such a way that it would accept that, but no.
I don't think that the filter allows for the spanning to work.
It might not. I don't. Like I said, I don't know even if they were probably not even GPT. I figured if it was going to work, it would work under MBR.
Yeah.
And yeah, it did some really bizarre stuff. I can't remember. I can't remember exactly what happened, but it was like it either made it. I think it reduced the size by some amount. So I had like almost 2 terabyte
overhead to the spanning process.
Yeah, so it was like it went from like 2 terabytes to, and maybe not quite 2 terabytes to start with, to something a little bit less or something. Mm-hmm. And
okay, so that actually, I wasn't thinking this direction, but what are the ramifications potentially then with hardware RAID, like disk mirroring or striping with parity?
Well,
is this going to see that as just one volume?
If it's done in hardware, it will appear as one volume.
Okay, so should be no operational implications then?
No, it's a matter of size.
Okay.
So the 2 terabyte limit
Mhm.
is an absolute limit for JFS partition size,
Okay,
logical or physical.
okay. Well, but that's the same as HPFS was, isn't it?
No, HPFS, you can't go to 2 terabytes.
Well, you can.
No.
64 gigs.
64 gigs. That's
Okay,
the limit on
right,
HPFS.
right. Okay,
So,
so,
in other words, the point is that we know that the filter for our GPT filter allows you to take, say, a 12 terabyte disk
mhm,
and carve it up into 6 2 terabyte pieces.
right,
You cannot span
2 of those.
2 or more of those things to
Right.
create a larger than 2 terabyte JFS volume, period.
Okay,
If they are less than 2 terabytes, let's say you take that and divide it into 12 1 terabyte
yes.
partitions,
Mhm.
the spanning under GPT will not work, even if they are type 35 partitions.
Okay.
You cannot span them because they are GPT. The GPT filter does not provide for the spanning functionality that's available in the file system.
Okay.
That's
You'll
just,
never need more than 2 terabytes.
who needs more than 640K?
Yeah. So, any questions that we've got, either in the room or online?
Installing Refine?
Yes. Okay, installing Refine, I meant to touch on that, and yes, I had missed that. So, installing Refine is surprisingly simple compared to what I was expecting. And it's actually even simpler than what, in a sense, than what he says it is on the web page. Because he says, well, you can't just copy the files over. Well, yes, you can.
Under ArcaOS, you can.
And even under Linux, you can. Now, yes, there's beyond that, you do have to make sure then how it's working, how to get there. But yeah, I mean, it's really was as simple as copying the files into, you have to make sure where you're copying them to. So, so we went into the Refine directory. It was, I just created a Refine directory under EFI, copied all the files in there, and then edit your conf file if you want to. I mean, you don't have to, but I shouldn't say you would have to copy. You copy
You have to
the
rename
copy
the
the
sample file to the
over.
live conf.
Yeah, and then edit it, or you could write it from scratch, whatever. But you create a conf file or not. If you don't create a conf file, it just go look for everything and shows it to you. Now, like I said, what you lose then is you lose being able to name it, so you can say, hey, this is OpenSUSE, this is ArcaOS. You can't put pictures, your own pictures. It will put pictures up. It's just and if I think it might have recognized Windows and might have put a Windows one with it, and Endeavor put something up there, but not the one I switched it to, I think, or maybe it didn't put the Endeavor one up. I can't recall it, but it'll still put pictures up, just you don't get to decide what they are, which is not necessarily a problem. So depending on your use, you don't necessarily you can just let it go find the stuff, if you want to. I went in and put everything in there so that I could say, okay, I want to be able to see this, and I want to have this name on it, and have everything like I wanted it.
So
But
how did you set the BIOS variable to Refine?
So this, I initially, like I said, what I did was, because I had the AN launcher in there, I just added Refined to launcher, and I added launcher to Refined, so I could jump back and forth and do all this. But in order to do it where it was, booted to that just automatically, I went in. I used the Linux EFI boot MGR. And that with that, I was able to add it as a boot option. Actually, that automatically set it as the first option, because apparently when you add an entry with EFI Boot Manager, now there may be a parameter to not do it, but by default it now puts it as your default option. So you can add something in there that you want to have added in there, but it automatically makes it the default. So then you have to go back in, and there's another EFI Boot Manager option that sets the order. So so that I just wouldn't screw things up, I went and copied the existing boot option order, put the commands in, pasted, and then went and edited the line so that it had the order that I wanted it in, and didn't have to type all the rest of it in and screw something up. But that's all it took. Now, you can also simplify your life. From what I did is that if you're running it on Linux and maybe Windows, I can't guarantee that one. I didn't look. There is an installer for Refined available at least on most packages to install Refined, and I think it will automatically set your NVRAM for you. So but I was trying to do it from, as much as possible, I was doing it from the ArcaOS until I got to the point where OpenSUSE blew out my NVRAM anyhow. And then to recover at all from that, I had to re-add the ArcaNoa launcher and everything else while I was in there. Just added that.
I believe that the Refined package comes with an EFI binary utility that you can run from the EFI shell.
Yeah, I've got that on this laptop.
To set that. So if you can get into the EFI shell, and you would be able to do that if you added Refine to the launcher menu, boot to launcher, switch to Refine, jump to the shell, then you should be able to run that command line from the EFI shell to that.
Yeah, you can do that.
So.
You could spend all day doing this stuff.
Oh, I spent more than a day.
People say, well, when are we going to get a 64-bit OS2? Well, our EFI environment is 64 bits.
Yeah.
So you got it.
There's your 64 bits.
But yeah, it took when the OpenSUSE blew everything out, it took me 2 days to figure out exactly what all had happened and be able to recover from it.
It doesn't leave a note behind.
By the way, that's 2 days of your life you'll never get back.
Yeah, and it was time I was planning on doing other testing. So.
Yeah, don't those Linux guys, aren't they aware that they destroy stuff? I mean,
they don't
give a shit.
They just don't care. It's like if you ask the guys at Microsoft, don't you care when you're installing a boot manager or something that you're blowing away every other boot manager on the system?
No.
Not our concern. Our philosophy was different. Our philosophy was first do no harm. We don't want to disrupt anything that's on the disk.
Right.
We just want to get our stuff in there. Now, does that mean that because of the presence of that other stuff, our stuff won't boot? Well, that's possible. But we're not going to blow away anything that's already on the disk.
Thank
you. You're welcome.
But yeah, I mean, that's Linux is an interesting ecosystem in that regard. They don't mind, like I said, blow it out. That's fine to them. They don't. They seem to not only not care about backwards compatibility, they seem to be actively trying to remove backwards compatibility at every opportunity.
I mean, they do integrate it into their own boot thing, like it'll find Windows.
Yeah.
But it doesn't find OS2.
Doesn't generally not.
In this case, it also didn't. It didn't find Windows. It didn't find Refined. It didn't find Arca. It was
really Grum 2 didn't.
It just booted straight to OpenSUSE. I mean, boom, that was it. Nothing.
That's probably not Grub doing that. It's the thing that installs Grub.
Well, it was the EFI. They set their EFI, where it booted, and I don't know. I honestly am not. Don't recall if it's if that boot is using Grub.
I mean, I use Ubuntu always, and it doesn't actually destroy anything, but and everything's still accessible. It's just you have to do it a different way than.
This one's using, I think, System D boot is what I think it's using. It could just be using EFI stub. I'm not actually certain which one it is, but I don't think, from what it looks like to me, I don't know that it's using Grub. At least I've never gotten into a Grub window. It could just be that Grub's passing it on so fast that, you know, I don't see it. But and I haven't looked that closely at it. The only reason I know some of those things that had been working on trying to get Gentoo booted up on what had been an OpenSUSE system, and I was trying not to reformat anything. Well, reformat wasn't my problem. I didn't want to repartition because I wanted to leave the I didn't want to format. I wanted to leave the home directory alone originally, and trying to get the thing to boot with a encrypted drive with you know, getting all that set up, because you're having to build everything from scratch with Gentoo. So that turned out to be interesting.
So is your drive got separate partitions or a single partition with separate volumes on it?
Mine's it's GPT, so it's got separate primary partitions.
Okay.
I've got 2 4 terabyte NVMEs in it.
Oh, all right.
So it's I've got 3 OSs installed, so each of those have their own boot, you know, their own boot sections. And Windows and Linux are set where basically it's one volume or one partition for that boot. Then I've got a separate NTFS partition that Windows and Linux can share. I had planned to have that as be able to share that using the NTFS net drive. Turns out that net drive is not presented apparently what it needs through the GPT for the NTFS.
That's interesting.
It's not showing. It does not show
because
my.
you have to identify the NTFS device by an MBR device number.
And it doesn't show it. It shows the other. I mean, you go into DFC.
Interesting. The filter doesn't supply that adequately.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a chance to say anything about that, but yeah, I cannot share the NTFS currently. And then I have a separate JFS. Well, I have a separate JFS for my OS2 for all the OS2 stuff. Then I have another JFS partition that's shared between Linux and the ArcaOS there. And I had built, because before I remembered that it couldn't be used, I had built a partition for be able to do dumps, and then I remember, oh yeah, I can't do that with GPT nor with NVMe, so I got 2 whammies on that one. Forgot about that when I first created it, but it's got that volume, I got it available now, so.
So make a backup of your ESP there so that you can don't confuse yourself as to which one is the real one.
Oh, that was the other thing that OpenSUSE had done added to the time and to confusion, was it also decided to create a second ESP for me.
Perfect.
The first time around.
Perfect. What could go wrong?
Yeah. Actually, no, I think it was the second time. First time something else had blown up. Second time, I thought it was saying just mount the existing one. No, apparently it was creating one and mounting it then. So, despite the fact that the other one had the thing that specifically said mount, thing. So it's like that was really helpful. And it took me around and around and around trying to. I said, well, I've renamed this thing. It should be booting off of this. Why is that not working? Well, it's because it's using the other ESP. And because it would update the NVRAM. When I booted back up, it broke again. I said, I just booted into it refined. Why is it not working? Because it has a setting by default. It will not only. So in the boot process, there's a thing that asks you, do you want it to update the NVRAM? Okay, well, yes, I kind of do, at least first time round. But it puts that setting into a conf file, so that it does it every time it boots.
Nice.
I'm like, why would I want it to do it every time it boots? I can't imagine that. But that took me a while to catch on to how to fix that. That's why all the stuff combined is what it took me 2 days to recover from that. Anything else? If not, I'm thinking it's lunchtime.
Yeah, I think you covered it.
All right.
Yeah, it has a lunch option.
Yeah. That's what I should. That's what if I realized that the timing I was going to be, I would have put a lunch on it.
Put a lunch on it.
But it takes a number of weeks, I would expect it is out of date.
No.
Mine is.
Oh, wrong one, darn it. I had to plug in on the other side.
Should you decide to
So this is working fine, but I cannot log on to the hotel Wi-Fi.
And now the mic is on.
Oh, I see there, right there. Okay. We'll leave it off for now and
seventies.
The mic is open. Okay, goodbye, everybody.
All right, farewell, Warpstock, bye.
Farewell, bye-bye, bye. I'm turning off the streaming, bye-bye.
Ah, you're turning off the, oh.
Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Where's the camera?
That one.
Ah, right, okay, goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Watch that thing run, the lights just.
Yeah, that's what